I don't know, I'm just not feeling any of these songs. Anyways, nice to see you, everyone. Hello, hi, hey, hi, hello, and welcome to another episode of the Meme Stream. My name is Shark300, and I'm the host of The Nightmare. Happy to see you. Today we got to catch up on a lot of stories that we missed out on, huh? So many stories that we missed. Oh, jeez. Okay. So many stories that I missed out on. There's things that we gotta hop to, huh? This is gonna be great, fantastic, even. Well, it's nice to see you all though. I wasn't live for the last 2 days. I was up doing some stuff around the house, work that needed to get done. I was looking up some stories that I think that we missed that might be interesting. I was thinking about putting together more like detailed segments, but I was like, you know what? Some of you will like the more free flow segments where we just hop from story to story, spend a couple hours just enjoying our time, things along those lines. So why don't we just do that? Why don't we just do that today? Not everything's got to be, you know, I don't gotta straighten my tie and be so uptight all the time. We could just vibe today. How's that sound? Maybe tomorrow something more, but I don't know. I just want to hit the stories that we missed. And there wasn't enough time to be able to get to everything. There's so many things out there, from Vince McMahon, the WWE founder apparently getting involved in human trafficking. That's wild. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League hit, and but needless to say, the ideas on that are like pretty mixed out there. I saw an entire rant about how they said how like the studio wrote in the game somewhere that like killing gay people is bad, and somebody went on a rant about how video games these days have been completely destroyed. So there's that was quite interesting. Twitter is a very interesting place, I must say. Nicki Minaj has gone insane. Actually completely lost her mind. Genuinely completely lost it, because people called out her husband for doing terrible things to a 16-year-old and pleading guilty to it. I don't know if you saw House Foreign Affairs Committee hearing on the UNWRA. I'm just gonna cover it all day because I'm so fucking mad, man. I fucking hate this waste of space that is America. With the UNWRA, it's not just America. It's a lot of states around the world cutting their funding. I'm not sure what the allegations are. I know their allegations again were made by Israel, so there's like a 90% chance that they're fake. But I'm not sure how fake they actually are. You know what I mean? So there's all that sort of stuff. Ooh, I added new shrimp to my fish tank as well. Bang. You can't see them back there. It's blurry, but yeah, I did add I did add shrimp to my fish tank. Finally, a good amount of shrimp. Here's the thing. These fish sellers, those people that like make a name for themselves by being like some of the only people that like trade that are like really highly trusted when it comes to trading live like freshwater fauna. Those guys, they don't play. They don't play, dude. So last night I was like, you know what? I need some more shrimp for my fish tank. I bought shrimp earlier in the year, but they died. And I was like, why in the world haven't they died? All of the parameters for the tank were just fine, and I was feeding them and stuff. Apparently, you need a tank that's like really highly you need a tank that's really like mature for them to live and do really well in it. And apparently my 4-month-old tank wasn't mature enough, so I waited a little longer, and so now I have like a 5.5-month-old tank, just about, and I'm hoping that finally now things can change. We can only hope. So I bought a couple. I popped them into the tank. And they seem to be doing really well. They're like, they're eating everything. They're moving around all nice and whatnot. So I hope I can only hope that they're vibing after this. Truly, I can only hope. With that being said, though, the reason why I'm like, these guys don't play is because I bought those shrimp last night. I bought those shrimp last night. Okay, like fucking 12 p.m. yesterday, I bought the shrimp. And you know what? 12 p.m. today, they arrived. And I was like flabbergasted, dude. I was like, are you serious? Like, the GF told me that I had a package and it said live animals on it. I'm like, are you sure? I thought I forgot that I bought something a little while ago, but like, no, that's just, they just sent it. They just hit it. I thought that was crazy. I was like, you're sure? I opened it and sure enough, those were the shrimp that I bought. These guys don't play at all. And honestly, it's some of the best things. It is the best. But they all got here safe. Well, not all of them. Two died. But they gave me, it seemed like they gave me 3 extra just in case. So everything seems to be going pretty well. Everything seems to be going pretty well. I love it. So yeah, that's definitely great. I got a little like bundle of Sawasser Tang that just hit the other day. Threw it into the threw it into like a little tank that I keep my giant betta fish in, and things are going quite well. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. So yeah, it's great. It's a great life. It's a great day, honestly. It's a great time to be alive. Okay. If it's true, the UNWRA has been aggressively protective in this issue and fired most of the accused at the ripening and investigation. There's nothing more you can want from them. If they don't do their job, then Palestinians will die. Yeah, but they don't really care about Palestinians dying. Yeah, the one thing that you have to understand when it comes to like Western interests and especially movements and things that we do in the Middle East, that like, just if you take the position of they think it's not only like okay but possibly even good that as many Muslims die in like a conflict, and then just like go from there, you're probably going to be more correct than you are wrong. So like, they don't really care that much. It's just their job to usually give money to the UNWRA, but after that, like, they're perfectly fine taking the money away as well. You know, Spain didn't, I heard that Spain didn't stop their funding though, so that's good at least. You know, our approval ratings are down, let's kill some Muslims. That's usually how that works. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You know what? I kind of want to look at this secular talk guy, Kyle Klinsky. He did a sit down talk with this Vosh guy. I want to watch a little bit of that. Sake Tanuki, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Are we going over the resident neurally challenged simian abuser wanting to murder people now? Who? Oh, you mean Elon Musk and the Neuralink thing? Yeah, I want to talk about that today. If that's what you're referring to. I think that's what you're talking about, yeah. Yeah, shout out once again. Shout out to Spain. All my homies love Spain. My Twitch app is deciding to be combative now. Wait, what's happening? What's wrong? For the last little while, people have been saying that the stream on Twitch has been absolutely terrible. Unstable. Why? Why? Yeah, I don't know. Pretty bad time. But you can always join the site if you want. It is a great place to join. Even if you're watching on YouTube, you'll hit the like button. Hit the like button. I appreciate that. If you're liking the stream, it helps other people see it. But okay, I want to watch a little bit of this. I haven't seen any of this. I want to see what's going on here. Also, there's like some crazy drama going on like the far right. Apparently, there's some like neo-Nazi battling happening right now between that like big papa fascist guy and like Brittany Venti, like that Nazi girl, that washed up Nazi girl. Too. There's some crazy stuff. There's some wild stuff. I'm amazed Vosh wastes his time with this clown. Who, Kyle? Kyle's a pretty cool guy. Or do you not mean Kyle? But anyways, I want to take a look.
So let's switch gears a little bit here. I'm curious, did you watch the Destiny and Ben Shapiro debate?
I only saw the end of it where they talked about monogamy versus non-monogamy, I'm afraid.
Oh, interesting.
I can't stand Lex Friedman, so I didn't want to get too far into it.
Well, he says like 3 words the entire time, so he kind of like
looking at him, you know.
Yeah.
I actually Sake hates Kyle. Is that true? Sake, what happened to Kyle? What's your beef with Kyle? But anyways, I did watch that entire debate between the debate discussion, whatever, between Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II. Is Venti a Nazi? I don't know. I have no clue. I actually don't know. I don't even know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually don't know much of anything about her. If I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I know she's white, and that's basically it. I know she's a white lady and she has brown hair, and that's basically all that I know about her. She's right wing, white lady, brown hair. That's basically it. Anyways, I did watch that whole debate between Destiny and Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II and Benjamin Pirro. It was all right. The reason why I didn't want to cover it on stream is because it wasn't. I just don't really believe it was really that interesting. It just, I don't know. They didn't really talk about anything that was really that interesting. Well, the discussion itself wasn't that interesting in my personal opinion. I watched that like 2 times speed, and it was, I don't know, it was, they agreed more on like they agreed on more things than you would like read. I mean, like here, how do I say this? They agreed on a lot of things. Destiny kind of probably like the number one thing that Destiny said during the entire debate was like, I agree, but like maybe we should I might want to cover just like a little bit of it near the beginning, where they were talking about like how to deal with schools and other issues with society. Basically, Destiny's point was that like it's hard to deal with issues now because every issue is wrapped up into every other issue, and if you try to do one thing, then people will try to view it as you be like basically his point was that every single issue these days is wrapped up into the culture war, so it's hard for you to actually get stuff done because if you try and do one thing, it's wrapped up in 17 other things that somebody actually believes in, right? And like Ben just fell directly into that trap because Destiny was like, do you believe like we should help when it comes to we should help like kids that are born to impoverished families in poor neighborhoods be able to get better schooling, so they can actually use education. Education can be what what we think in America it should be, like the great equalizer, and something that could actually pull you out of like low income to mid income or high income, right? And so one of the big things that we could do was do something like stop schools from leaking, right? Like, are like schools leaking, are leaky schools the number one cause of problems when it comes to kids in lower education? No. And will fixing leaky schools just instantly take a kid who was going to, drop out of school in like 9th grade and then end up in prison for the rest of their life? Probably no, but it is going to be helpful and better and give them a better learning environment so they can be at least on a better playing field. And then Ben was like, no, actually the real thing that what I hate is that people try to think that these like little things matter, but the big thing that we need to do is to get people to be married younger, and have kids in wedlock, and that will really fix the problem. And then Destiny was like, do you think that we should fix leaky schools? And Ben was like, we should really force people to start, we should really like incentivize people and make a society where everybody marries each other again. And that was like basically it. And then Destiny was like, see, this is what I'm talking about. And that's basically all that kind of happened in the debate. Ben was like, Donald Trump is dumb, and he jokes about a fascist takeover of society, and Destiny was like, that's really serious, we shouldn't be okay with that. And then Ben Shapiro was like, well, every politician makes promises that they can't keep. Like Biden said that he was gonna, I don't know, fix healthcare, and he didn't. And Donald Trump thinks that he's going to be the God King Emperor of the United States by overthrowing legal and fair elections, and he probably won't either, so it's fine, nobody cares. And that's, I don't know, after that I don't really think much happened in the debate, honestly. There's a lot of agreement on stuff. Obviously they both agreed like the left bad, stuff along those lines. So not I don't know, I just didn't really feel like there was too much going on. Yeah. Actually, not. I mean, you go watch it yourselves if you really want. It's like 2 hours long. This needs what a moderate looks like these days. I probably wouldn't say that. In my honest opinion, I think like when it comes to like your average person's beliefs, they don't really think much on like a lot of these issues, so they wouldn't even have that many takes on them to begin with, right? And a lot of the takes that they do have would be pretty uninformed, because they do other things besides look into their political philosophy, right? So I just doubt. I personally believe that he's probably to the left of your average American, but that's still like, that's still like reasonably pretty normie takes, right? So that's just kind of how it is. Isn't that a moderate take though? Position though? No, that's an enlightened centrist take. An enlightened centrist does actually like look into some stuff. They just have a big cognitive bias when it comes to it. No, in my opinion. I know nothing about Destiny, but everything I hear about him makes me feel like he's a con. It's mostly because all the things that you hear about him are all the positions that like people disagree with him on, at least on this side. Like you probably wouldn't hear that much about like you wouldn't, I mean, you don't hear that much, you wouldn't hear that much about Destiny if there wasn't more stuff to disagree with him on, right? Like, do you hear a lot of stuff about Brian Cohen Taylor, or Brian Taylor Cohen, or whatever his name is? The guy gets like 500,000, a million views a video, And he's just like, yo, Republicans bad, Biden's cooking, you know, and that's basically his entire content. But you don't really hear about them that much. You don't really hear that much about Midas Touch, especially before like Israel's war on Gazans started, right? They just, I don't know. Their whole thing is just like Republicans bad, Biden's cooking, and that's basically it. Anyways.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask what your thoughts on it were, but, you know, I'll just give everybody mine since I watched more of it. I was half asleep, but I tried to digest more of it. So I thought that on certain issues like Trump versus Biden, I think Destiny did a really great job when talking about January 6th. I think he did a really great job. They were having a debate around like school.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did a pretty all right job on January 6th specifically. Yeah. Ben Shapiro's whole thing is that I just don't really care because I think America can survive Donald Trump trying to be a dictator and overthrowing like legal elections and stuff along those lines. So I don't really care if he actually wants to, which is kind of a really insane take. But yeah.
And the social safety net, I think he did a great job there. But I was actually surprised that there were a certain number of issues where I think there was like way too much agreement. I think Israel was actually one of them.
Yes.
He disagreed around the edges. You know, he brings up like this illegal settlers in the West Bank and how he's against that. But it wasn't nearly as much of a debate as I kind of thought it would be. So
yeah, it's not. Yeah, they agree on a lot. He's pretty close to Ben Shapiro on a lot of different things. He says it himself inside. I think he says himself in the debate that for one, he's not a progressive, and two, that he sides more with Israel on a lot of like issues like in Gaza and Israel as well. I think his main thing was that he just doesn't like the settlers, and Israel should try a little harder to not bomb children. And then other than that, he's basically all for everything as far as I've seen.
So you should definitely check it out. I'm actually surprised you haven't covered it on your channel yet.
Oh yeah, well it was such a long conversation, and I was wondering about the extent to which they would disagree as well. I haven't seen a lot of Destiny's positions, but I catch whispers in the wind of him having said some like very chauvinistic, like pro-Israel stuff or pro-genocide stuff or whatever. I don't know where he would lean in terms of debating it. I think that when it comes to conversations like that, though, as time has gone on, the appetite for debate has shifted a lot. Since, I don't know, 2017, 18 or whatever, the environment has changed. Ben Shapiro barely does debates anymore, and now they feel like much more of a novelty than a cornerstone of political engagement online. And I wonder if, especially with people like Lex Friedman, right? That guy is very civility pilled, like let's all have a cup of tea and discuss whether or not trans people deserve to be killed or something. Very, very like sort of morally detached from the subject being engaged. I wonder if that environment is always going to be a kind of placating force on conversations as severe as like what's going on in the Gaza Strip. It's like a, you know what I mean, right? It's kind of like a liberal civility politics thing, but it's not even liberal necessarily. It's very institutional. I haven't seen the whole thing, so that's just I don't know, a feeling that I have from a kind of instinctual vibe check. My gut drives me to this.
Yeah, I would honestly say it was more of a discussion than a debate. There were definitely points of disagreement, but it felt a little bit more like almost like a Rogan-esque discussion than it was a debate. And I'd be curious to know what they felt like going into it, what it would be like. I wonder if like Ben and Destiny thought like, no, we're going to be debating, or if they thought like, hey, maybe we'll find like 72% agreement on the various issues.
I find it really difficult to do a proper debate when there's even a moderator, because Ben Shapiro is I don't think he's stupid. Like, he can talk fast, but his arguments are very stupid. Like in a sensible environment, like you would be shouting at Ben Shapiro. Like he'll try to talk over you. You talk over him louder. That's the essence of debate. Scream at each other, arm wrestle. Who cares? Lex Friedman, it's you sit down at the good boy table. Everyone be nice. I guess there's just a limit to how far you can go in an environment like that. I think Destiny recently debated Alex Jones and some other people.
Yes, I actually watched that. Did you watch that?
I saw parts of it. That was like,
I actually didn't watch that. I was thinking about going over it on what do you guys think? Do you think we should go over it on stream? Because I actually didn't watch any of that. The whole Alex Jones with like his squad, and then Ben Shapiro, Destiny with like Glenn Greenwald and stuff. I actually didn't watch almost any of it. I saw Destiny doing an Alex Jones impression live on the debate stage, and I think it turned into like a 1v6 or something. But yeah. Could be fun, long rot session. It has entertaining parts, but it wasn't amazing. IMO, yeah, it's true.
like that. Now that's an environment that cultivates good discursive spirit. You know, that's a good debate environment, I feel.
Yeah. So
with
in
the
my
shouting.
opinion, he actually did better in that. And again, I'd be curious to know what he thinks, like how he did in each respective debate. But in my opinion, there was much more clear disagreement and differentiation in that debate. And
That's
really,
true.
honestly, what I would have liked
Probably,
to see,
yeah.
I don't know if you saw the whole thing or not, but it would have been good to have
From what I've
just
seen.
Destiny versus Glenn Greenwald. And I think they're actually going to, somebody's making that happen. There was somebody tweeted about how that's going to happen shortly, but Alex Jones just ruined the whole fucking thing. I mean, he's in there. He's a total idiot. He makes horrendously stupid points. He's loud. He's obnoxious. He's probably like high as balls on cocaine or whatever the fuck he's on. Lord only knows.
Alcohol.
And it's like every
He be
14
drinking.
minutes, Destiny would come in and say something smart, and then Glenn would say something interesting in response to it. And actually, to my surprise, the Krasenstein bros were not bad. I was kind of amazed by that because I view them as sort of these like meme people, like who don't really like know anything or care, but they actually did a half decent job too.
I like the Da Vinci twins, you know, just into politics. I agree. Yeah, it feels like debate is getting less and less interesting for me, at least personally, because the right is so out of this universe that it
Right.
feels like a lot of points can't even be discussed. Because I remember back in 2019 when I started doing the YouTube thing. Even back then, Trump supporters would like earnestly debate the facts of the positions they held about immigration or the economy or whatever else. I'm not saying they were correct, but like they seemed to care. There was some degree of policy wonkery, right? They had their feet planted kind of firmly. Nowadays, it's all moon logic, man. I'm pretty sure the average Republican is like the borderline least insane starting point is like 9/11 trutherism, flat earth, hollow earth. You know, it feels like there's no ground anymore for reasonable discussion. Policy wonkery. Nobody wants to talk about the economy or what Trump actually did. It's all just like wokeism is infiltrating our schools. It's like that's the level of engagement now. In an environment like that, debate is more about, I don't know, shouting people down. You can make the point.
I would actually want to talk to one of those guys who are like, wokeism has destroyed everything. Specifically, one of those guys who are like, wokeness has obliterated like all of the media that I like, and now I can't even look at a video game without them telling me that gay people shouldn't be hung, and it makes me want to die. It's like I don't know, seems really interesting. Talk to Asmund Gold. I don't think Asmund Gold really cares that much, does he? I don't think he really cares about any of that stuff. I think he's more like he's more like he's just consumer pilled, right? He literally just wants to consume media, and that's like the only thing that he cares about. If it's woke, he doesn't care. If it's crazy conservative like Chuddy, he doesn't care. He's like, as long as I'm having fun, Corpo can take my money as much as I'll funnel all my money to corporation as long as I'm enjoying myself, and that's basically it. He's like, I will buy as many products as possible. I will consume as many things as possible as long as you keep giving me what I. He's basically a human Funko Pop, I would imagine. He's like, if Funko Pop was an ideology, that'd be Asmongold. Gold. So I don't think he cares about any of that stuff. I saw the Asmongold guy at Mudahar, the Ordinary Gamer segment. Wait, what? What did they talk recently or something? The great pause frame, by the way. What are you talking about? Vosh makes his face 24/7. There are probably 50 of these in this video right now.
Points, but past a point, it's just like demonstrating strength, which is what they care about, of course. Ultimately, they care about being perceived as this like force of logic far more, I think, than they do about engaging with any real issue.
Yeah, so back in like 2015 and 2016, I had a very, very different approach when it came to Trump supporters, where, you try to see the best. Hey, why do you feel the way you feel? Why do you like him? What is it about it? And then in some instances, you could pick out with some people, I don't know, they thought he was a little better on trade than Hillary Clinton, who was in favor of all the outsourcing deals and all this stuff. But as time has gone by, now with Trump he was president for 4 years, then we had January 6th, and he attempted to overturn the election. And then here we are today where this dude refuses to go away. And I am 100% doomer pilled on the people who remain, who support Trump, because there's been a million of these interviews. You go to the rallies, the Young Turks have done this, where they send people to the rallies to interview these people.
Oh yeah, these guys are completely insane.
You literally can't find one salient point among them. It is just all
these guys are actually
cultishness,
100% cult.
It's all about emotion and feelings. They're also at the same time like very closed-minded and arrogant in their without understanding anything about policy or facts. And so I've been so doomer pilled on them now that I really have no patience left for anybody. Like we were like Alex Jones in that debate. I would have felt like Destiny did, where I was face palming like, what the fuck are you even doing in this conversation? Like you're not even engaging.
Alex Jones isn't even that far off, I feel, from the median GOP voter at this point. Like fully, like half of the things that he says, just like, oh no, yeah, that's just like standard policy now, or like that's just normal rhetoric. I think like the DNC is also largely responsible for this in terms of their insistence on sticking to
complete TikTokification of
is so
of like the GOP 100%.
Centrist. Like I've been in politics for 500 years. I was born before America was founded. He's not going to inspire anywhere near that kind of like dissident, independent leaning. Like we can all lean into this thing. A lot of people. I saw this interview in Politico literally yesterday. There are people who treat Donald Trump effectively as like a maverick third-party candidate, despite being the face of the GOP. And he does, to an extent, have that energy because despite everyone in the GOP bowing to him, he doesn't feel like he's beholden to the GOP. He kind of feels like his own force. I mean, this is like the eternal cope, right? But I'll say it until I die. Like Bernie would have done so much better on this. There are so many Trump supporters who would have looked at Bernie and if nothing else gone like, he's very clearly not institutional DNC. A lot of them would call him a communist or whatever. They call everyone that. But I think he could have won over a lot of those independents. And in the face of that now, it's just like if you have even a little bit of distrust for the system, it feels like every institutional force is pulling you over to Trump, because the Democrats will be like, "What? You don't trust the system? What are you, a goddamn? What do you don't trust the system? You loser, you fucking lunatic, And in that environment, obviously, the populists are all going to run one way. Very depressing.
It is, because it drives me crazy when people still try to make the argument at this late date that Trump is somehow anti-establishment or Trump is somehow anti-war. It's like, just look at the record, follow what's actually happening. And look, I'll admit it's hard for people to follow exactly what's happening because it requires like reading in-depth articles on page 72 of the Washington Post or whatever. But just to give a couple examples off my head, Trump took $1 million from the predatory payday loan industry for his inauguration. Then he turned around and dropped all the regulations into them, dropped all the court cases into them. Sheldon Adelson gave him literally over $100 million to effectively buy foreign policy vis-a-vis the Middle East and vis-a-vis Israel. Like the number and
yeah. All of that is true. It's just that people believe that he's anti-war because there just wasn't that big of a war that we were engaged in that people cared about that much. And I think a lot of the like mainstream media news cycle played into that a lot. I mean, people almost completely forget that bro was trying to start World War III with Iran over like the Iranian nuclear deal. And one of the big reasons why like nukes will probably proliferate the Middle Eastern like juntas here in the next couple of decades, he's more on the like, I care about more about what's going on inside of the country because that's something that he can control more, right? He's anti-establishment in the sense of the established idea of separations of power and things along those lines, and the structures that we built up of society that the government like holds up. Sure, he's against those things, but that's not him necessarily being anti-establishment. He's just pro himself. He wants to be the establishment, right? He's anti the establishment that we have right now. He wants to install a new establishment, right? It's actually that like Incredibles clip where like the where like that ginger kid from like Barnyard Animals or whatever was like the supervillain, and then he was like he saved people from another like supervillain, and they're like, you're here to save us, and he's like more like under new management. Like that's actually Donald Trump's ideology for how he wants to deal with society. So is that like new? It's just new management, less than anti-establishment, really. But yeah, bad guy. With a lot of these types of people, you just can't really like. You can't really do anything with these types of people, right? You can't convince them of it. They've already convinced themselves that Donald Trump is the God King Emperor of the United States, and that's just how he's going to, right? And that's just how he's going to be going about. So that's just how they're going to be going about the world. He's like infallible, and when he does say something wrong, you know, it's just they view him as just like, you know, every politician says something wrong every now and again, right? But like the core fundamental of his idea of usurping the power structures that we have for their own is something that they really want to be a part of. I've seen a lot of like a lot of people who are more like anti-establishment populist type people flock to people like Donald Trump, mostly because he's not a puppet, and they like that. They just the thing is, like, they don't like puppets, but they love the puppeteer. He's the rich guy pulling the strings, and now he's discarded the strings, and now he's just the guy doing the stuff. No one's puppeting him but himself, but he's still doing the same, if not worse, things than the puppets were doing, right? And so I've seen a lot of people like him because of that, because their political ideology doesn't go much beyond I don't like the establishment. That was Megamind? That was in Megamind? Really? Oh, actually, oh, okay. I've never seen Megamind, so I thought it was The Incredibles. Look at me.
On war, I don't even need to get into it. Over 400% increase in drone strikes, took out General Soleimani illegally, tried to coup Venezuela. Like, we can go on and on here.
The collaboration with the Saudis.
Yeah, exactly. They backed genocide in Yemen effectively, and he vetoed that bill when it was Bernie and maybe Mike Lee or Rand Paul who tried to get through a bill that said no more support for Saudi Arabia as they genocide Yemen, and he vetoed that. So, like, you look at it, and it's just like, all you people have who still support him is just feelings. It's just emotions. It's just like, I don't know, he feels vaguely more authentic, and it's like, you got to get past that.
Yeah, I guess it's about addressing the feelings at the end of the day. Most people, a lib, Republican, whatever. I mean, the average voter in every country is politically incoherent, right? Like, following politics is an insane thing to do. And most people can't do it to the extent that they like really know what's going on, I guess. People are following vibes for the most part. And the vibes that Republicans are following right now are like deeply cursed vibes. I guess the temptation is to beat them on the facts, which is easy because they're wrong. And the hard thing to do is to look at where they're coming from and wonder what like underlying emotional impulses are driving them to so readily believe things that are obviously empirically untrue, that could be like fact-checked in a second, disproven. And once you can get at that, I don't know, maybe there's more truth to be bet in the middle. It's another one of my big criticisms of Biden, leaving aside anything policy related, right? Say that Biden was identical policy-wise. The man just can't go up there and do a speech the way Trump can. Trump would go out there every day and say, again, total bullshit, but he projected a vision, an image of the future. Biden occasionally does speeches, and they're not really special. He's nowhere near as charismatic as Obama. So even compared to the predecessor, like that's not, a point to his favor. And there's not really a clear vision forward. If you ask a liberal in this country, like what is being done to make America better or make America great, the most they could do, I think, is rattle off some like minor, like institutional incremental adjustments to this, that, the other, that like maybe they'll pass after they means test it into oblivion one day. And people just aren't sold on that. You ask a Donald Trump, and he'll just say whatever. He'll just be, yeah, we're going to cure. I was about to say we're going to cure cancer, but Biden was the one who said that. That was basically, we're going to go to the moon, Space Force. We're going to
be number one. Make
number one.
We're going to be great. It's going to be tremendous.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, it is true. Donald Trump is like if a YouTuber became the president, right? But like unironically, if like a political YouTuber, political TikToker became president, that's what Donald Trump is. He gets people in by selling a vision and like feeding into their conspiracies and telling them what they want to hear, and some telling them things that they didn't know they even wanted to hear before, because he's the biggest thing is like he's selling a vision. Yeah. Biden is selling the same, right? He's selling the same thing. Trump is selling you that we could have the biggest, bestest house to ever exist, and Joe Biden is saying that he can sell you the same exact house that you're already living in, right? But he's gonna put up one of those live, laugh, love pictures up above like the door frame. Basically, that's just like the vision that he's like really selling, right? Nothing will fundamentally change when I'm president, right? Just nothing will happen compared to we're going to be the greatest in all of history. I don't think it takes a genius to really see how some people are more enthusiastic over one than the other, right? Like, come on. Come on. Kiwi TP, thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription, remaining a part of the frenzy and being incredibly pog with the tier 2. Thank you so much for that. It's incredibly kind. Thank you for all the love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No problem, dude. Love your streams. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you see Yankee Tanky is renouncing communism? What was it? One of those things like the government told him he couldn't have a house unless he renounced communism or something? He read Dugan finally. He's like, oh shit, that's what I've been pumping this whole time. What the hell?
Yeah, and unironically, like that's the level of like dumb optimism I think that you need to pull people along in an era where everyone's so hopeless, and Biden can't really do that because he's ancient and brittle and moderate. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe in 2028 we'll get. I feel like if the country survives, we might get something good in 2028 because the need for a populist candidate on the left is so overwhelming that it past a point even the DNC can't ignore it.
Yeah. Now, here's another thing. Will that left-wing candidate necessarily win? I don't know. It depends on what you mean by left-wing candidate, right? Because we talk about those governors in the Rust Belt who are doing absolutely fantastic work, just absolutely mind-boggling work that they're getting up to. Would I really call them progressive? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if I'd call someone like Gretchen Whitmer progressive necessarily, or like necessarily more left wing. They're more left wing than Biden, yeah, but like just straight up just left wing. I'm not necessarily sure about that, but I don't know. We'll see. They're moderate progressives, sure. They're centrist progressives, yes. progressive in this context means left of Biden. Sure, I guess. Sure. Didn't Michigan or something secure free lunch, free school lunches for like 400 years? A lot of those Democratic run Rust Belt states have done that. Michigan has done it, I believe. Pennsylvania's looking into it as far as I remember. And then there's not Wisconsin yet. Wisconsin is still controlled by like, can we call it what it is? Like basically like a Republican junta. Like they're still controlled by that like Republican junta, so they haven't been able to do anything good for their people yet. Minnesota's done that, yeah. But the Republican junta in Wisconsin does not allow them to do anything good yet, unfortunately. Soda. All right, like the vibes here. Thank you for the warm welcome. Well, nice to see you. Thank you. Nice to see you, Shoku Pan. Remember, they're openly admitting their goals is to slow down the state government to a crawl. It is definitely a junta. Like, I mean, come on, dude. No, I say it's a junta because it's just like it's actually a takeover of the government. They gerrymandered so they can never lose an election. They packed the Supreme Court with their devotees so they can never lose a court case. They then after that, after that they stripped all of the governing powers from the governor, so because they can't win a statewide election, so there's almost always a Democratic governor, right? So they had to take power from him to make sure that he wouldn't be able to do anything that they didn't approve of, and then they just like captured the entire place. Like, I mean, come on. They were even talking about removing a Supreme Court justice that they didn't like, specifically because they like the guy that they wanted didn't get voted into office. Like, it's I can't. It's genuinely the closest thing to just like a complete takeover of the government that's probably happened in American like society, if I'm going to be honest. Form citizen militias to usurp the state and national guards. They do support those. Yeah.
So let's switch gears here. Let me ask you about weed. There was you and TJ.
Weed.
He made a video. I saw his video in response to you, and then I saw some of your response to him. But I just want to get it straight from the source here. So what exactly is the disagreement? What's the point of contention when it comes to marijuana? Because I'd imagine on the actual policy, you guys agree. You think it should be legalized. You think people should have the freedom to do it if they want to, etc. What's the actual crux of the disagreement?
Yeah, no policy disagreement. It's just, I don't know if you've experienced this. This might be like a cultural thing. I literally went to university in Humboldt County, the weed capital, before weed was made like broadly legal in California, where there are a lot of people who are alcoholics, and if you point out to them that they're dependent on alcohol, they kind of own it to an extent. Like, it's not good, but they own it. But I've met so many people who are hopelessly addicted to marijuana. And by addicted, I mean like they smoke it all the time. Like, I know there's like a neurochemical difference in how the brain processes alcohol versus marijuana. I'm more talking about like socially addicted. Like, they just use it constantly.
Wake up, smoke. Yeah, they wake up, they smoke. You say, hey, we gotta go to Walmart. They're like, okay, let me let me smoke like 3 buds real quick, okay? And then it's just like, and then they get back and they have to smoke again. And like, I've been spending my entire day smoking. They want to smoke weed on their like lunch break at work instead of actually going to get something to eat. Then they go to bed and they smoke to go to bed, and they wake up in the middle of the night and they're like, oh man, I'm not high right now. I really need to be high right now. And then they take some more. Like, I don't know what you can say besides just like, addicted. That seems like the correct term for it, if I'm going to be honest with you. They've been going at this for a year. I've seen some people who are just like
Pog.
I've seen some people. Oh, thank you so much, Nitwit, for becoming a member. Just so you know, just thank you for reminding everybody that they can become a member. If you want to hit the join button right next to the subscribe button, then you can become a member for $2.99 a month on YouTube. Help us make videos, and you also get early access to every video that we release, as well. Some great stuff. Fantastic stuff. Hello, Shork. Hi, nice to see you. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really think it's that serious. I don't think there's that many people who I would say are just like 100% actually just like, bro, you have a problem type thing when it comes to weed. But like there are enough to notice them. Yeah.
And they cope about it like crazy. They just won't admit it. I think there was like a line given about marijuana from South Park of all places that I think was and always is really salient, which is just that marijuana can make you feel happy doing less, and that's a bad thing. That it can induce kind of like complacency or laziness. And I know a lot of people. Maybe this is also like a queer community overlap thing, because I know this is like a big issue with like fucking trans people or whatever, but they have negative feelings, and rather than deal with them, they just spend a bunch of money on weed, and it drains their finances, and they don't really like move forward or deal with anything, and it makes me kind of sad. And I've noticed that people get really defensive when I talk about this stuff. So as a response to
wait a second, did this guy steal my fucking glasses? I just noticed this. Did this white fuck steal my glasses? I knew I was the only guy in like political on like political YouTube, Twitch or whatever, who was known for wearing those octagon glasses. And then out of nowhere, this guy changes from like the Poindexter 3.0s that he's been wearing for years to like octagon glasses. He stole my drip, he stole my swag, he stole my whole flow. There's a reason why they call him White Shark. That's crazy. This is like those bar, yeah, but every single bar, dude, bar for bar, dude. He stole my shit and made it gay. That's crazy. Not that I'm homophobic or nothing. I'm just saying that's just how it is. It's a bit fruity. It's wild. I did say a long time ago that he does need to upgrade his glasses. So I am listen, I'll let him have it because I'm very happy that he's upgraded his glasses. He needed to do it. And it needed to happen. It needed to happen a long time ago. I just noticed it. But yeah, he 100% needs to upgrade his glasses. I'm glad he stopped rocking the Poindexter 4.3s. It is a much better look on him, and these fit his face a lot better. Oh, he said potheads were untrustworthy. He said that potheads were swarthy, unscrupulous, like weirdos. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, listen, I knew one girl who was just like a crazy pothead, always on weed or something. And then she would drive while high, okay, while being like, I've been high for no negative scruples. And she was like, oh, I've been high for so long, I can drive while high and stuff like that. And she was like one of my only other friends' transportation. And so she would she would when somebody doesn't really want to confront their friend or nothing, but they don't like the idea of them doing something, so they'll poke at the idea that, hey, I kind of wish that you would have stopped that, but they just simply don't. It was one of those things. And she drove over the curb once while she was driving, and she got really scared, and I was just like, you gotta stop. You gotta stop doing this. This is not okay. This is not all right. But at the end of the day, I will tell you that she did decide to stop. And she picked up nicotine instead. Oh, so instead of doing weed as much, she now has like a nicotine vape, and she hits that shit like crazy. She said it had last time I heard from her, she said that shit had 100 nick. I don't know what 100 fucking nick means, but it sounds like a lot. And she be blowing smoke like a goddamn like steam engine. And I was like, all right then. That was the last time I saw a head or tail of that woman, but yeah. Nicotine is way worse than THC. Listen, she was like, this weed stuff, it's putting me in danger. It's like it's straining on my relationship with my friends. I got to do something different. She picked up nicotine instead, so I guess that's just how it is. Bro, 5 is enough for me. She said 100. Yes, she said 100 nick. She said 100 nick. I was like, you know what? Give me. I was like, you know, I can't listen. Okay, don't say you can't say anything bad. But I was like, give me that shit. I want to give it a try. I want to give it a try. You fucking love this shit. I want to see what it's like. Okay. And so I said, give me a hit. My ass took one mini hit off that thing, and I got a headache. I'm not going to lie to you. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was shook. I was like, that was the first time I think I had ever experienced, like, I actually got like an understanding of what like drug addiction is like. I think I finally started to understand what happens to someone's physiology once they've like attained a drug addiction. Cause me going off of her vape and her going and her being like, I gotta hit another. That's when I realized that there was something wrong. That there was something wrong with this woman. Oh, dude, yeah, that's true. Every time we were with her, there'd be so much smog. I thought she just came from Beijing. Shit was crazy. Smog hanging over her like it was like British Columbia. It's wild. Wilhelm, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That shout out to Wilhelm for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Howdy, Shark. Howdy. Nice to see you. We just started. So don't sweat it. We're vibing right now. Tried weed twice and it's okay. I don't think. Oh, for me, I don't like that whole smoking thing. Like, I've smoked before. I remember like a little while, like a couple, I don't know, like a half a year ago or something. Sometimes after stream at night, I'd let the dogs out and I'd do a little bit of nick. I'm gonna be honest. But then I was like, this shit's terrible. I threw up because of it. I took a hit and I threw up and I was like, this is terrible. And then I and then I threw all of it away that night. And then so yeah, that's been it. The only thing I have now is I have a Delta 8. I have a Delta 8 pen that I use every now and again. I usually use it right before bed, and it helps it helps bring up the melatonin in my brain, and it makes it easier for me to go to sleep. So that's actually that's all I have now. Yeah, take me right to sleep. You finally buck smoking them regularly? Congratulations. Wow. That's a big thing. But what got me to be like, I gotta get away from this shit. I was like, the the thing that made me really get away from that shit was like they did a entire research about how many cigarettes like somebody smokes really until you can imagine that they're going to be diagnosed with some flavor of cancer, and they said and how long their life is in comparison to how long it possibly could have been, and they said that every single cig you hit is on average 32 hours off of your life. I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Every single cig is about 32 hours off of your life. Wild stuff right there. Delta 8 comes in clutch. Oh yeah. I love here in Kentucky. We just legalized hemp and some Delta 8, and it's been great. If that's accurate, I'm fucked. But oh yeah, but the thing that this Vouch guy has been talking about, I'm not really one of them gay homosexuals, okay? Even though I'm not homophobic or nothing, I'm friends with them. I'm friends with a couple of them. But the thing is that they minority communities do have a large issue with drug use, and gay and trans, you know, like LGBT communities have a massive issue a huge massive issue when it comes to homosexuals. That's crazy. Have a huge issue when it comes to drug use. That is a really big thing, because being in those communities is associated with like other things that could happen to you, right? Like rejection when it comes to family, harder times finding jobs and communities, relationships, right? And so people who usually turn to drugs are usually people who have troubles in their life, and that usually means that if you have more trouble in your life, the greater the likelihood of you leaning on drugs to like fill some hole in your heart. So those type of communities are usually associated with more risky behavior, if we're going to call it that, and that could be of the sexual variety. It could be of the a drug variety, the illicit substances variety, those things as well. So yeah. It is very possible. That's a really big thing that the community has to work through, and hopefully have government assistance help as well. So yeah.
Defensive, I get aggressive, and then just invariably it's like a shit flinging contest.
Anybody up getting aggressive?
Community where there are like 3 people in my chat who are arguing that actually you can't get addicted to weed, it's not possible, and then I call them a bunch of slurs, and you know, just moves forward from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the issue kind of boils down to how people feel about the term addiction, right? And I'm going to have a little bit of a hot take here, and I'm curious what you think of it. Mm-hmm. I think quote unquote addiction is only bad if it has obvious negative consequences. So in other words, if somebody wakes up every day and they smoke weed every day, all day, but they take care of their...
Okay, here's the thing. I agree with him, but the problem is that for it to be an addiction, it has to have negative consequences, right? Like the medical term for addiction being an actual problem, right, is it has to interfere with your life in a way that if it was taken from your life, it would make you better. And so it has to be like you do it and then you neglect going to school on time, or getting to work on time, or doing, or like hang out with your family, or taking care of your health, right? All those, or cleaning your house or your room or stuff like that, right? Or not actually dealing with your mental state correctly. That's why it's an addiction. So it has to be bad for it to be an addiction. So yeah, true, but then he's just describing what an addiction is.
Their business, they take care of their kids, they're happy, etc. I see no problem with that. If somebody's addicted,
but they're not actually addicted
a million times a day, and then it makes it so they don't go to work, or they didn't pick up their kids, or they didn't feed the baby, or whatever. Like in that scenario, it's like, yeah, you have an addiction, and there should be a negative connotation associated with that word addiction in that context. So it's almost like we need 2 different words. One for somebody who uses all the time but is completely functional and has no problems, versus somebody who uses all the time and it leads to negative consequences. You know what I'm saying? Because like sometimes people just use drugs as a coping mechanism, but there's really no downside to the coping mechanism because sometimes you just have to cope. You know what I mean? Do you see the distinction I'm making there?
No, for sure.
That's cope.
The main problem, I guess, is that people who have an addiction or dependency are really bad sometimes at knowing whether or not it's having a negative effect on their life. Because the brain, like humans are like rationalization machines, right? Like if a person is experiencing negative consequences, because you can ask like an alcoholic, right? It's like, oh, are you experiencing negative consequences from being drunk every day? And they're like, hell
Nah,
no,
man, I'm having a great time.
There's a lot of that, right? I mean, that is the effect chemically.
Oh no. He really is White Shark. Ooh. Maybe I'm Black Vosh. Oh no. I froze. I'm shaking right now. Pre-watch. I haven't pre-watched this. I haven't watched this. I really haven't. I'm not joking. I ain't joking. It's true. That just came out of nowhere. Someone get the police. La policía, help me. The watching political content on YouTube is a drug addiction. That's the real addiction. Vark. There you go. That was insane.
No, I'm having a great time. There's a lot of that, right? I mean, that is the effect chemically, I guess, that it'll have. So it's more of an introspection thing, I think. Like the coping thing, though, I completely agree with. It's kind of like playing a lot of video games, right? Like video game addiction can ruin people's lives. Like you can be addicted to anything, I guess, but like just taking video games. You know, a person can be like can like throw their life away, you know, just not doing anything, play video games, whatever. Or you can just have a lazy Sunday, play a lot of games that day and be fine. Like that was just like a day for you where you got to be lazy and do whatever.
Right. Yeah, people mix up dependency, addiction and like unhealthy. They mix these up all the time because you can do something that's like unhealthy, but it's not an addiction, right? It's not really an addiction, right? Like you going to the coffee shop and spending way too much money on coffee every single day, that's not an addiction, right? But you could be addicted to coffee. You could just like how the coffee tastes. It could be one of those drinks that has like a lot of like sugar and stuff in it and has very little actual coffee in it, and you just like the way it tastes and you have the opportunity to. But then once you realize that you've actually spent $2,000 6 months into the year on coffee, and you realize that, man, I really wish I had $2,000 right now, then I can definitely see it. I can see it. Sure. Maybe you have the special ADHD where caffeine doesn't affect you. Oh, I do. Well, no, actually, it does affect me. It makes me sleepy. I have the special ADHD that I have the curse technique that takes when things happen to me, I can output the opposite. So yeah, when I take when I take caffeine, very likely usually it makes me eepy. Oh, Mr. Shark. Hello, Peanut. Good evening. I do not drink. I don't really drink coffee. I also don't drink coffee because it makes me sad. I feel like it would make me feel old if I needed to drink coffee. You know what I mean? Like if I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, I need my coffee. I wish I had my coffee. I feel like I don't know, man. I feel like I had become old. I'd fall to my knees. I'd be like, I'm old now. This is me now. That shit sounds like it sucks ass. drinking EP from coffee. The thing is also, like, caffeine doesn't actually wake you up, okay? It just delays when you get sleepy, and then doubles your sleepy. Like, if you're sleepy or you were going to get sleepy later, it doesn't make you less sleepy. It doesn't like take away the sleepy. It makes you less sleepy now for you to be double sleepy later, which I don't know. I don't think that's a good trade-off. I'm a tea drinker, okay? But here's the thing. The only thing I'm kind of crazy about is my tea, all right? Not only do I only really drink unsweetened tea, but I also go by like specialty teas that I only really I go by like specialty teas from places that like get like I only eat like whole leaf or drink like whole leaf tea leaves, right? So that's kind of me. I'm kind of weird in that way. But here in Kentucky, we have this gay black woman owned tea and coffee joint that gets their own loose leaf premium teas, and they do their own blends, right? And it's pretty cool. They're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. I wanted to reach out to them at some point and ask to do like a collab or something. I feel like that could be really great. Premium loose leaf addict. Yeah, there you go. A bougie about his tea. The only thing I'm really bougie about is about my tea, if I'm gonna be honest with you. It's because you can really taste the difference with like a really high quality tea. I can't lie. Favorite tea brand? Well, right now it's that I think it's called It's Tea Sis. Sis Got Tea is what they're called. They're called Sis Got Tea, and they're stationed up in Louisville. As you can see Sis Got Tea, Louisville's black queer woman-owned tea shop and cafe. They're pretty cool. I can't lie. So in their shop here, I want to make sure, because they're bought from them before. I don't want them to like. I don't know if they're gonna put up my fucking exact address or something, but no, I'm gonna be careful. Anyways, they have a bunch of like tea blends, and they're all pretty premium. So like apple cinnamon, age pure. I got this one before, blackberry bliss. So basically, it's a black. I believe it's a black tea with freeze dried ground blackberries and blueberries in it, as far as I remember. Actually pretty good. Black Rose, it's a premium loose leaf black tea but with rose petals in it. That one's really good. Casablanca, it's orange peel, lemon peel, chamomile, black tea, and I think and something else, I forget. There's like chocolate, there's like citrus. They have a chocolate strawberry one. They have a hibiscus one with like orange peel in it. This is a chai with like orange peel and lemon and stuff. They have herbal teas as well. There's Lola. This one's interesting as far as I remember. This one's an herbal tea. Yeah, this one's an herbal tea. It has like it has apple in it as well. Citrus, apple, I think blueberries, hibiscus, orange peel, stuff like that. So yeah, that's where I get my tea. I used to get my tea from a place called Tea Canada, Tea Leaf Canada. They're obviously a tea shop up in Canada that does loose leaf as well. But these guys are local, so I thought it'd be nice. Not Canada. They still have good tea. I made friends with 2 IRL House Sanabi heads and recommended you to them. Oh, I really appreciate that. That's nice. That's pretty cool. I love to see it. Well, I appreciate you, and I hope you enjoy your time with your friends. They have mango oolong. I wanted to try that last time. Yeah, they're pretty sick. If they let you make a shark tea, what flavor would it be? What flavor would my tea be? I'm not sure. I think it'd be a mixed herbal tea, you know? Like it would probably be It'd probably be some version of matcha. What? How? Like it would take a long time to put together exactly what it would be, but it would be. I think at first I'd like it to be like a matcha base, maybe with like lemon in it, maybe with like some whole chamomile flowers in it. That could possibly be cool, as well. Maybe like a mix between like matcha and white tea, and then other stuff in it as well could be cool. Yeah. Cinnamon? Probably not. I'm not a big cinnamon head, if I'm going to be honest. The flavor wouldn't matter because I'd constantly be spilling it. So true. Thank you, Rube. Yeah, something like that. I think it'd probably be like a sort of matcha blend, yeah. Something crazy. I do love matcha. Matcha is one of my favorite teas, so. So maybe something that turns red for Shark Attack with like blueberry matcha or something. Like matcha with like blueberry dust in it. Maybe like blackberry. Yeah, dried ground blackberry dust. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like white tea and then black. Who knows? Blackberries. Who knows? 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 Oh, one of the ones that I got that was really good. It was this one. It was this one specifically. Lavender, rosemary, lemon. So good. Like they have dried lavender petals in it, so you get like a hit of it's super floral, right? So you hit it while you're brewing it, you're like, wow, I can really smell that. So it's has citrus in it, lemon, it has lavender flowers in it, black tea as well, powdered lemon, dried lemon peel, and rosemary. Yeah, it's very good. It's very very good. I would say if you're gonna get from them, I would say this one is definitely a great place to start if you like herbal teas as well. Great stuff. Loose leaf is so much better, but it's a pain to prepare sometimes. I personally don't think it's a pain to prepare unless you're like doing it just like you boil water and then you just put the tea directly in. But personally, I think that's a little much. All you need is one of those those tea circles, right? So basically what happens if you haven't seen it before, you take a scoop of your loose leaf tea and there's basically this mesh ball that you put it in. It can be like a bag as well, and you just put the tea inside of that and you close it, and it has this little locking mechanism, and then you can drop it into your hot water, and it usually has a hook on the side to hook over like the pot or the cup that it's in, and then you can just brew it just like that, and all you need to do is pull it out. I actually like to dry it, and you can use it twice depending on the tea. If it's not an herbal tea, you can usually use it twice. If it's an herbal tea, then you can only use it once, but that usually keeps up, that stops it from being messy or hard to deal with. All you need to do is just empty it, rinse it out in the sink, and then just drop it back in the dresser, and it usually finishes up pretty amazing. I can't lie, pretty amazing. Maybe some cardamom patchouli. What is that? I'm not sure what that is. Patchouli. I haven't tried this before. Perth. Huh. Huh. Well, I'll give it a look. Well, thank you for hitting me. Is that an African thing? Do you Africans love that shit? I do like a caveman, but with I'm not sure because. Okay, pretty cool. Anyways, back to this.
There's not as much of a chemical influence effect with the game stuff, I guess. So maybe there's a difference in terms of rationalization. I just want people to be happy at the end of the day. I want people to be happy and productive. I know a lot of people get kind of like locked into a negative spiral, and they only realize it when they're really far down, and it's difficult to do anything about it. So I guess I encourage a critical attitude about that sort of thing, but not any like, I don't know, drug war era, like there's no reefer madness fear mongering here going on. I just want people to be happy, and there's just a lot of sad
We must defeat all weed
And I
doers.
guess, so I'll just ask this. Do you think that in some instances, chronic usage actually genuinely, sincerely helps some people where, you know, if they're not chronically using, they may have irritability problems, anger problems, can't get their shit taken care of. But if they are a chronic user, it might actually help them in their life, both literally and also mentally?
Yeah, pain management would be a pretty good example of that to an extent, because that would also have, I know THC doesn't have the same psychological effect as just like smoking weed regularly, but yeah, to an extent. I guess it's just people are really tough at making that call for themselves, right? So
yeah.
in a vacuum, absolutely. But I know that the majority of people who would make that claim about any chemical substance about themselves would be coping, or would not know what they had lost. Like maybe they thought that they were just like mellowing out a bit, but in reality there were like things in their life falling behind, skills they could have obtained or opportunities they missed that they'll never know about. And it's really tough to know, I guess, without a third party perspective. But in the abstract, like totally possible. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So now let's talk a little bit about, I know you and Cenk and Anna sort of went at it a little while ago. Where are you on them now? Because I always feel like when it comes to this liberal / left-wing content creator group we're in, whatever it might be, however loosely affiliated we are, it always feels like there's there's 97% agreement, but nobody ever talks about the 97% agreement or highlights those. And then whenever there's a 3% disagreement, it blows up to the point where people start hating each other. So where are you on them at the moment?
Yeah, I still think Anna, I'm personally hurt by this. I got along pretty well with Anna, and I felt like she said some really dumb shit, and I tried DMing her about it, but it just didn't happen, and then it all like spiraled into a public thing, and she was quite mean, and I'm also obviously quite mean, so I can't. You know.
Sorry, everyone. I did not mean. I was loading something in for the next for what we talk about next, and I did not mean for that to play. Oops. Whoopsie. Please forgive.
No. I can't like feign wounded indignation over that. But look, in the absence of dumb shit, like Cenk and Anna have done and said a lot of incredibly good things for progressive and populist causes. So I'm not gonna
pro streamer move. You're right.
Thing, you know. Usually when people link me any content from any person who otherwise agrees with me, it's because they know I will disagree with it. I'm not going to watch a video from them where I just like nod my head and go, oh yeah, of course. That's just not how it works. So I'm always
he did it for me. He watched me and Alec talking to Matt Walsh. He nodded along and he was like, so true. Oh, and that debate we did with King Racism, that guy, that what's his name, Undead Cemetery or whatever his name. No, that's not true. Was that his name? I don't want to. That might be another guy. I forget. I don't want to. Don't take that as his actual name, because that might be another guy that I don't want to tarnish the name of. Anyways. Endless Cemetery. Thank you. That guy. Yeah, King Racism. Yeah, the guy who thought that interracial relationships is actually a white supremacist goal aimed at destroying black people by breeding out their darkness. I think about that debate sometimes. I try not to.
Disproportionately exposed to negativity. At the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with being critical of people who are generally on your side. The problem with me being critical, I guess, is that I have no self-control, and I am generally just a kind of like argumentative person. So even if my feelings towards a person are like largely positive, I could watch a video of theirs and go, you dumb fuck, you piece of shit, you know. This is just I guess like a character flaw of mine. I try to smooth things over in DMs, though that didn't really work out with Cenk and Anna, obviously. Look, the election's coming up.
Listen,
Honest
a character
to God,
flaw
at this
means
point
that you
right
can have
now,
a
with the
character
stakes that
arc.
we're facing. Like, I have no room in my heart and my soul for any bickering over stuff like that. I say, knowing fully well what a future segment in this very conversation is going to be. So I don't know. I mean, I wish them all the best, sincerely. You know, I saw Cenk in DC when I went over there to talk with Rokana and do some stuff for my canvassing org, not my canvassing org, Progressive Victory, the people that I'm friends with, and he was quite steely in person. He didn't want to like talk with me very much, which I was rather sad about. He's such a big bombastic guy. I wanted to like chat with him and get drinks.
Yeah, I think so. I know Jank, and he is like fiercely protective of Anna.
He's so loyal. He's like feels, a mastiff, you know.
If he feels Anna was wronged in any way,
did he say mastiff? Bull mastiff.
He'd be a bigger dick in that scenario than if you were just mean to him. Like, he'd be more okay with you being mean to him than you being mean to Anna, basically. So that's probably where he's coming from. Because normally in person he is more outgoing and agreeable than probably what you were able to see. So let me ask this then, because from my perspective, and I didn't follow all the things in and out, but I know that there were some disagreements on crime and some disagreements on trans stuff. But how do you balance as a creator? Because I have to struggle with this balance too, and I think everybody in our place does. How do you balance trying to have solidarity with people who mostly agree and good faith, while also trying to do your job, which sometimes is calling people out and being like the lone voice of reason, where you feel like everybody else is getting this wrong and I got to chime in and I got to like correct the record here? How do you balance those things? Because from my perspective, those things are absolutely at odds. You could either have solidarity and be like good faith and interpret everything everybody around you says in the best possible light, or you can, hey, I'm going to.
All right. This has been kind of a cool talk. Yo, can you listen? I said this before, but I mean it so bad. Okay, I said this before, but I mean it so bad. If you're like an American lefty and you think that things are bad, you need to, like, for one, know your place, okay? Because you could be like a Russian lefty, all right? And that means you could be in jail for like 50 years right now for saying something bad about Putin. Or you could be a British lefty where your life is actually just suffering. Yeah, or dead. Yeah, you could end up like Prigozhin. Shoigu Gerasimov! Oh yeah, or in jail for being gay. That's true. Yeah, you could just be in jail for like the rest of your life. Or you could be like a British left-winger, which means that your life is actually just suffering. It's like, honestly, that's just all that you experience is suffering, especially since like the conservative junta took over the Labour Party after Corbyn was kicked out. Like, it's actually only been downhill since then. They actually don't have, they have two far right. The problem with Britain is that they have two far right parties. Okay, like I know people here in I know there are like commies here in the left in like the US who are like, we have two far right parties, which is like kind of true on like some issues, but not in the same way as Britain. Like, just look into what the Labour Party in Britain's been up to and you'll be like, holy shit, at least I'm not them. And terrible food too. Like, it's just awful. Well, it's not been as bad ever since like curry has become a staple of British food. How like, because like they have a decent amount of like Indian and North African people moving in, so like curry has like, and Asian, so they've had like a big curry boom recently, and British people for the first time in like 1,000 years are tasting spices, and they've actually just become completely addicted to curry. Every day I wake up and I thank God that I'm not British. But honestly, but fucking true. Curry is great. It really is. Honestly, so true. So true, dude. They learned that curry exists, and they also learned that that soul food exists recently too, which is just wild. But with all of that being said, yeah, this is basically what I mean by that. Take a look at this. Crazy, right? Labor will ban trans women from female hospitals, hospital wards, and all specifically single-sex wards and places they want to make it a priority to ban trans women from. Labor said it would ban all trans patients from single-sex wards instead of putting them in separate wards solely for trans people. Steeding says that it is a priority for Labor. They're just like, what if we become like, it's the same thing that the Democrats had a little while ago, that the Democrats are finally breaking themselves out of, which is just like becoming like Republican light. But it seems like Labor thinks that this is their way to victory, just becoming conservative light. And so that's what's going to win them voters, even though what they need to do is consolidate their base. Like, Labor doesn't need to get like new voters in their base. They just need to actually do what their base wants. It's crazy how much, like, I just think it's wild how much these people just can't understand that your voters are not conservatives. Just don't be conservative and you'll probably do okay, right? Now, like, does that mean you need to take every single, like, quote unquote far left position? No, that doesn't. But like, you're very clearly, this is not what their voters want. Starmer said we are the real conservatives. Yeah, it's just like, bro, what, I don't want you to even, I know that's like a rhetoric thing probably, but like, Starmer is actually like a socially conservative guy. He like, in him, the new party leaders that have taken over the Labor Party are actually like socially conservative. So they now have two just like far right parties now. They have two super conservative parties. Like, why would you do this? After trans people are discharged from the hospital, they send us to summer camp, and for an eternally long holiday. Can you imagine trans summer camp? That sounds kind of fun. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them if they finally get their trans summer camp. In a good way, though. Yeah, dude. At least we're not British, man. This is crazy. We want to see single sex spaces because they're safer spaces. Bro, you need to be beat. I swear, dude. I'm so glad we're not British. Holy crap. I'm so glad we're not British, man. Dead cringe empire. That's so true. I wanted to talk about, like, I don't know, do you guys think it'd be interesting to do like a Brexit segment? Because I think I've talked about this a little bit before, but I just find it so interesting that the conservative ideal of being, you know, the big thing that conservatives are, like the conservative populist idea of like, fuck the whole world, F like all of our international partnerships, F like everything else going on. All we need to do is like bomb the Middle East every once in a while and just like only focus on ourselves and focus on patriotism and focus on culture war stuff, and that's really going to lead us to greatness and make our country and everything great. I find it so interesting because Brexit was like a full culmination of all of that. It was a full culmination of like the liberal parties, like the Labour parties just completely forgetting about like the middle class, your average person, and workers, like getting completely away from the idea of them being about labor and workers, right? And just like slowly becoming more conservative over time with a lot of their ideas, losing a lot of its bite, and when bad things happen, just getting rid of the most getting rid of the biggest players, whether that be like when it comes to rhetoric or like policy making, who are like staunchly left wing. Purge all those people from the party and become a more like moderate conservative party that they think is going to be more respectable to your average person. The problem is those types of people that want to vote for that type of party already vote for the conservative party. They're not going to switch to go to a conservative light party. That's not going to happen, right? But like the conservatives finally won, right? They won years and years ago. They won in like 2015, the same time that the conservatives won in like the US, right? But they won even harder in they won even harder in Britain. I guess like the good thing about our system being like changing so little and doing so little, right, and how like kind of nothing ever really substantially happens is, and it being forced to move so slow, is the fact that it's not really possible to get something like Brexit, you know, like one government can't just like do a Brexit that big. Usually it depends on the type of stuff, right? But like usually it's actually really hard to do that type of stuff, and requires a lot of collaboration from a lot of different types of people. In like England, they just like did that shit. They just did that shit, and the Labour Party was just complete losers, so they couldn't do anything about it. And so what is Britain on? Britain is on like 6 fucking conservative prime ministers, and they're just like completely cooked right now. And with all of that said, what do they get for it? A trash economy, like the massive inflation, everything costs more, businesses going under. It's just a complete disaster for their entire economy, and everybody was like, what the hell? What? How the hell did we get here? All we need to do is get somebody else in to do the awful garbage policy that will destroy the country. We need somebody else to implement the policy that will destroy the country, and then we're going to be good. Then we're going to be cooking, chat. You don't get it. You don't get it. We need somebody who's good at destroying the country, and then everything is going to come together. Hello, Stinko. Nice to see you. Bro, one more conservative PM, okay? One more conservative PM, I promise. They're gonna get Brexit right this time. They're gonna get Brexit right this time, I promise. It's finally, yeah, it was everything, especially, I didn't even mention this yet, but like immigration was like another one, taking a hold of our country, like the, hello? Hello? Are you that desperate for pets? Oh my goodness. Fine, here. Immigration was like a big thing as well. Like all they got from their whole Brexit idea was actually just suffering. That's it. It's actually, I feel like Brexit is the 100%, if actually studied, Brexit is the complete 100% proof that conservative ideology only leads to suffering. It only leads to suffering. A liberal government stagnation leads to an opening for conservatives to bring about their ideology that only leads to suffering for an entire nation. It's so interesting. Yeah, that's right. They got everything they wanted. That's the thing that really gets me, is that they can't even blame, I know they're going to try, and I know they are, they can't even blame anybody else for anything bad happening because they got everything they wanted. Everything they wanted, they got it. They got it all. They got just about everything. Okay, the only thing that they didn't get was their fanciful ideas of things working out after they get out. Okay, so like the whole like, oh, we're gonna get, everything's just gonna work out after we do this, it just didn't happen that way because the idea itself was stupid. But the like implementation for everything that they wanted, yeah, they got it. They got their complete Brexit, basically. They got their shitty idea for what to do with Ireland mostly, but even though that's still a problem because they never actually finished an actual plan for that. Right? They're lucky, like England's lucky they're not getting car bombed by the IRA every other weekend. Right? They're honestly lucky. They got everything they wanted, and it only you know, like brought them suffering. I think that really says a lot about society. Conservatism is self-destructive by nature. Yeah. Everything you wanted, and all you got at the end was suffering. That's so interesting. Wow. Yo, chat, tell me, ever since I put the fish tank behind me, have you guys noticed yourselves looking at it more? Have you guys noticed yourselves looking at the fish tank? I was kind of wondering. I didn't really set it there specifically to be looked at. I just wanted it in the room, because because before it was like sitting on a bench, like out there in basically the living room. So I was like, I wanted it closer so I can, like, you know, give all the fish tanks what they need. It's nice back there. I have, yo, great. I really like it. I know you can't see too much of what's going on, but I don't want you to be like too crazy distracted. Yeah, it's nice that back there. I like it. I enjoy it. Also, it's JJK night, chat. I'm excited. It's JJK night. Bro, that gay guy like took a 3-week break over the holiday season, and then his ass fucking came back, dropped one of the craziest chapters I've ever seen in my whole life, and then took another week break. Like, bro, are you good? Do you have, you know, you have a job, right? Like, it's crazy. Like, he's acting like how I was acting, like oh, you've appeared. He's acting like how I was acting like 3 months ago or something. I just completely forgot that he has a job. It's crazy. Still haven't started JJK? I mean, it's always a great time to start. I mean, it's a good series. What? Tablito? Your little tablet? Your tablet kid? There you go. Oh, you're done with Palworld? All right. Oh yeah, guys, I didn't tell you, but I hopped onto a Palworld world with the GF. We made one. So yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. It's a great time to talk about this in between us talking about other stuff. I decided to pick up Sloppymon specifically for the GF because she wanted to play it a lot. And since she was going to be playing it, I was like, I might as well get it and then we can play it together because we play games sometimes together, right? And so we've both been playing Sloppymon together, and she's been really enjoying it. Like, every single day she's been putting in like 6 hours into Sloppymon, and she's been going crazy with it. She absolutely adores it. I can't lie, it does really remind me of Ark. Like, really remind me of Ark. It kind of basically is just, imagine Ark, but instead of dinosaurs, it's just Pokemon, and that's basically what this whole thing is. Honestly, and it's a little interesting, right? But at the end of the day, that's kind of like what it is. Yeah, it's basically Ark plus Pokemon, right? Here, you know what? Let me show you some of the things that we've done while we're here. While we can take a little break in between talking about some politics and whatnot. How long until the Royale mode drops? I think a Royale mode would go crazy. If this was still like 2016, can you imagine? Arc Sloppymon with like Arc Sloppymon, but as like Fortnite. Holy, that's wild. Are you guys ready for the Sloppymon Fortnite crossover? Anyways, so this is what the GMs put together. Okay, so apparently I haven't done almost any of this. Okay, so basically what's going on is that you can get your Sloppymon and you can make them do work. You can put them to work with hard labor, and you can like build out in a whole base, right? So here's our whole ass base right now. All right, is this still 30 FPS? Yes. There we go. That's why it looks like that. Anyways, why are you green? You could make your character green. Shut up. Shut up. Anyways, I'm green because I can be. Dabba dee dabba die. Anyways, I'm green because I can be. Don't question me. Yeah, this is some creature that she got. All right, this is some Fire Force OC. Some Fire Force furry OC that she got. This is one of the definitely not Pokemon characters. As you can see, it's definitely not a Pokemon. 100% not a Pokemon. Many people think that's Anubis. That's definitely not Anubis, if you were wondering. Right here is just literally a chicken and a cow. Right? Plug out. Crazy. I think everyone should be green. Definitely not Pokemon. Please do not copyright. Like that thing too. Apparently people looked at apparently there's a Pokemon with exactly this hair. That's like, oh yeah, also the AI is absolutely trash, if you can see. But yeah, somebody apparently there's a Pokemon almost exactly with this type of hair with this PAL. And it's actually probably genuinely lawsuit territory. I'm not lying to you. They actually like got the character models for both of them and then just put them side by side, and it was almost exactly the same. And I'm like, you might actually, so this game may go down due to a Nintendo lawsuit. It's very possible with the type of shit that they stole. Anyways, this is what my team looks like. There's a fucking penguin. Yep, I love that guy. He's a penguin. Here's a fucking cat. That's also a bat. Great guy. Love that guy. Here's a Japanese man. There's just like a Japanese guy. That's one of my guys. I love that guy. His name is Boshi. Here's a guy, but he's kind of green. He kind of looks a little bit like you probably know a grass type Pokemon that looks almost exactly like this. Here's my son. It's a really big alpaca. And actually I can ride him, and I ride him around to distant lands. Honestly, he also does a belly slam. If you would look at this, it's called the Kingly Slam. Truly a king among men, unironically. Yeah, this is my boy right here. This is my boy right here. I love this guy. Honestly, one of the best guys. Let me dismount him. I can put you back in your little ball. But this is what my team usually looks like. So yeah. Definitely not Pokemon everywhere. Here's the definitely not Pokedex as well, where you can have all of well, not Pokedex, sorry, I forgot what it's called, but where you can keep all your Pokemon. This is where you put them, right? This is a monkey. This one, oh, this one's crazy. This one's crazy because it's also a definitely not Pokemon. Look at that. Look at that. Oh yeah, I also got myself a little slave too. There you go. Go on, boy. Show him what you got. It's my little thugger. I caught this guy a little while ago. He looked like he needed a home, so I got him a good one. It's my thugger. He's only really good at manual work, so I have him make balls and stuff. That's just a guy. It is just a guy. I caught a youngin. If you're wondering if that's just a guy, this is not a pal, a Pokemon, whatever. This is unironically just a guy. Get back in your ball, boy. Anyways. I'll put him back. I was actually thinking about getting an entire group of them so I can have a full team of thugs. So I can have a full team of thugs, and I'll just like run around as like King Thugger. Plantation time. You can't. I don't think you can. Babe, can you make them work on the plantation?
They can only do handiwork. They can create like stuff that you need. Powerball.
Okay.
Guns.
Yeah.
Weapons. Anything that
Yeah.
can work bench.
Okay. You can't make them work the plantation. No. You can. They can only do workbench stuff. And if you're wondering, yes, there are actually plantations. As you can see here, she has this big beetle and this fucking deer working this, the wood plantation here. They're actually called plantations, right?
There's a bear plantation.
Yeah.
That's called a logging site.
Okay, no, that's called a logging site. Sorry.
It's on the other side of the house.
Oh, it's on the other side of the house? We're in the, oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, these guys. Yeah, this is the berry plantation. You can't actually make them work this, unfortunately. But yeah, you can't make them work the plantation, but he can. He can only do handiwork, but you can keep them, yeah, and make them fight as well. Throw what? Oh, they're stuck. Oh, the AI is broken. These guys are stuck on the plantation. It's like when you vote for the Democrats. Come here. Lift. Wait. The lift button is here. I saw it. It's all just Harvard. Wait. Here we go. I got her. Come here, girl. You're mine. Yeet. There you go. You doing good? You doing better? She goes back to the plantation. Anyways, she seemed like she's enjoying herself, but you caught this shit while I was away, didn't you? The like green bear. Yeah, okay. Can you breed with them, Shark? I don't think I can breed with them. I don't think I can get my thugger to breed with them either. It would be funny though.
Try it.
Try it to put the.
Open. Try it.
And the breeding station is open. I can put my thugger and somebody in together. See what pops out.
Just put him in the actual base.
Yeah.
And then throw him into the.
I gotta get a female one. Okay.
No, like a female.
Get a female pal with my male thugger, and it's possible that they may do something crazy. Throw me to the wolves. I'll come back a father. You know what they say? With the slave mechanic, I call it Pokemon Stars and Bars. That's funny. His name is Thugger. I'm sending you a cease and desist letter. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Can they evolve? Can they evolve, babe? I don't think there's evolutions. They just come how they are. There's no evolutions. They just come how they are. That's this.
It's still early access.
What? Yeah. What you see is what you get. There may be evolution someday, but right now, no. What you see is 100% what you get. Born this way. But anyways, yeah, I mean, it's, if you've ever played Ark, especially when it was in early access, it basically works the same as Palworld. The same early access, weird jank, you know, idea that's like, for that you go, yo, for an idea for the game while you're chilling with your friends that they actually made. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting. The girlfriend really enjoys it. She's been completely consumed and addicted to it. She's been a big Palworld fiend, and it seems like a lot of people are as well. So yeah, a lot of people are thoroughly enjoying it. I don't think it's bad. I really don't think it's bad. It's not a bad I wouldn't say it's a bad game, really. You know, it's exactly how you would kind of expect the game to be. Sure, if you like Minecraft and Pokemon, you'll like it. I would say if you like Ark and Pokemon, you'd like it. But you didn't play Ark. Well, I guess if you just like Ark, you'll like it, because it is just Ark but with Pokemon. There are dungeons. There's really not much going on in there. I wouldn't say there's anything really to write home about, but they are dungeons, sure. What's the gameplay loop? Gameplay loop, it's Pokemon's gameplay loop basically, but also with like Ark, you level up, you build out your base, you fight and collect your pals. You upgrade your base, you upgrade yourself, you fight and collect pals. You fight the power bosses. You fight the tower bosses. Sorry. Yeah, you go out into the world, you collect new resources, you go back to the base, you upgrade your base. You can have your pals work at the base to be able to not only defend your base from like raiders that bug out like every other time. Yeah, they said they're adding PvP, right? So that's basically the gameplay loop. It's a survival game where you keep yourself and your pals alive. You build, you upgrade your base, you upgrade your level, right? All that, nothing crazy. Nothing like insane. If you've played a survival game before, that's the gameplay loop. Catch human, butcher human, repeat. Do they die? Your pals don't die. No. They get knocked out, but they don't die, no. People die. People die. The pals don't. I've definitely killed a lot of people, but I haven't killed any pals yet, as far as I'm aware. Of course, kill them. It's such a shovelware title. I don't know. I've changed some of the names are like big sloppy. If I'm gonna be honest with you, it's like one of like the Pokeball that you have to catch things with. It's called a Palsphere. It's like, oh, they really tried hard to not get sued by Pokemon on this one by calling it that. They actually called it a Palsphere, which I think is an ass name. I think it's really bad. So I just started calling it a Pal Orb, which is a way better name. No fucking way. Yeah, it's a Palsphere. Come on, bruh. Yeah, yes, actually. It's not a great name, no. Terrible name, actually. Palacy? Do not say that. Don't you laugh at the Palacy. She's laughing. She's laughing at Palacy. Palhole. Palorb. They should hire you. Honestly, that's true. Give me some of the like $25 billion that they made in the first 3 days of the game being out. 100%. Quick, someone patent that. Palorb is a way better name. I have no clue why they thought that Palsphere was that's crazy, honestly. Genuinely insane. Palsphere. Apparently it's human fear too, because you can catch them bitches. You could.
Kill them.
Yeah. Yeah. Thugger. But yeah. Anyways, that's I played a couple hours of Palworld with the GF, and she seems to really enjoy it. So if it's kind of girlfriend approved. So but also you should keep it in mind that she is a League player, and not only a League player, she also plays team fight tactics. So her opinion might not necessarily be like, you know, I mean, I'll just be honest. The games that she likes, they aren't necessarily like well known for genuinely being good, but they are playable. What? League player? Shut up. League player? Crazy. Opinion isn't valid. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's invalid. I just take it with. I'm just saying take it with a grain of salt. You're a League player. Come on. Not even League players like League. Come on. Let's just be honest with ourselves here. Every time I see somebody talk about League, they're talking about how they want to quit playing League. I'm sorry. It's true. Yeah, I'm not saying that, you know, that it can't have cool things. It's just League. It is what it's addiction simulator. I'm just bringing the news. I'm just true. I'm just bringing the facts. I'm just telling it how it is. I don't know what to tell you. I don't like misconstrue the news. It's just how it is. I just said you're a League player. Your team fight tactics player, hyper role player. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like it. League is bad and not good. Many are saying this. No comment. Thank you, Ghost of Avalon, for the tier 1. Thought I set this up forever, but I have some of my actual money. We're getting it already. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ghost of Avalon. You've been with the stream for forever, so I do really appreciate you. And thank you so much for subscribing on the site. That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. It's like I'm never performative. That's true. Never performative. You know, people are saying that John Fetterman's wife may have left him. Do y'all see this? This is craziness. This is craziness. Listen up, Hamas. My wife left me. Senator John Fetterman's wife, Giselle, deletes all pictures of him on social media. According to reports, she is single. According to the close friends, John Fetterman's wife, Giselle, was targeted for her husband's rabid support for Israel. This is being cited as the primary reason for their separation. Now, I don't know if there's any information about them being separated. This is really just some person. If you're wondering, no, they are not. They are not actually a New York Times reporter. If you are wondering, this is just some person. I do not believe that there's much of anything out there about this. But it seems like they may have gotten harassment, so she deleted some stuff. It's possible. There are people saying that they're getting a divorce. It's who knows? Who knows? We're just gonna have to see, right? It's possible. We'll have to see. Listen up, Hamas. My wife left me. It's very possible. Very sad things we're seeing right now. Guess we'll find out eventually. That's true. In time. Yo, do you guys remember when we did that segment about Taylor Swift? Oh, actually, you know what? Before we do that, I want to look at some of the insane stuff going on like right wing Twitter, YouTube, whatever, I guess.
And I have 100.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Also, here's Yankee, Twitter tube. True. Stanky Tanky. What'd he do? Oh, he changed his name. A tough message to put out there. That'll get me a lot of hate, but it must be said.
Hey everyone, it's Joey Shantz. Some of you guys might know me as the Yankee Tanky. Let's be clear, that was a character.
Oh no.
But I can definitely say
not the Alex Jones take on playing a character.
Yankee Tanky is dead because I'm not really a tanky anymore. I'll just be blunt and honest with you guys. I'm no longer consider myself a communist or a Marxist-Leninist or anything like that. I've been thinking about this for a while. Look, being a communist is not a popular position in the United States.
Okay, yeah.
It's completely impractical.
Almost anywhere, but I feel you.
Things for the working people of the United States. I still want us to fight against, endless war. I support a lot of the actions that we see in the regards of the multipolar world, but there's no point in calling myself a communist. It doesn't matter if Marxist-Leninism would be correct in any capacity, dialectical materialism or any of those things. It's just not useful. I want to actually be a normal person, not shunned by society.
I want to be normal. I don't know. I wonder what made him take this change of what. I wonder what made him get this change of heart. You know what I mean? Good luck. Good luck attempting to be normal. No hate to his attempt at being normal, right? Sure, I guess. I mean, the thing with these types of ideologies is that they're not really, so for me, I always thought of them as like long-term goal type things that you work towards, but like it doesn't, I don't think being a communist really plays into your day-to-day actions in like politics, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Even if you are one, like I just don't think that you're ever gonna be like, let me do a communism today. Like it's it's just a belief in an entire political and socioeconomic philosophy that you'll like never see, right? The thing is, even though his idea of being a communist isn't really, useful, being a communist also isn't really not useful in my personal opinion. If you're just like vibing and you could believe all these same things while also still considering yourself a communist if you really wanted to, but I guess he just doesn't want to, right? I'm not sure how staunchly he actually believed in the genuine post-capitalist ideology of like this, that, and the third, right? But apparently he doesn't want anything really to do with it anymore. I'm not sure if it was because he actually just doesn't believe in it and never actually believed in it, or because he just didn't find it interesting or popular. Maybe he was just like, it's just not popular anymore, Maybe back in 2016 it was actually really popular, but it's not popular anymore, so he has less of a reason to consider himself one. There are weirdos who think they can have communism tomorrow or something. Yeah.
I'm never going to be able to do that as a communist. On one hand, communists that people think of are a bunch of blue-haired freak shows, right?
Okay. Me when I'm a conservative.
And then the other communists, the communists that have pretty good political ideology, found within the circles of the infrared community and
oh Lord,
within the circles watching The Dive with Jackson Hinkle and others.
Oh fuck,
I hate to say it, but you guys are failures.
I thought he was gonna say something else. I was good. I got scared.
Disappointed that you guys are failures.
Wait. Dinkle isn't a failure. He's like top 10 most He's one of the top 10 largest disinformation posters on all of the internet. So if you think about it, he's kind of succeeding. That he's lost his YouTube channel and he's lost a lot of like his income, but he makes a lot of money by posting disinformation on the Bird app. So like if you really think about it, this he's kind of cooking. Yeah, I think his idea of communism is just completely distorted by like Maupin, like Dinkel and Haas and all those guys, right? Just I don't know. My question is, do these people like sit like, I don't know, man. I feel like if you need to be able to interact with your political ideology as a normal person with normal people. If you can't do that, then there might be a massive issue, right? You'll lose what makes you a person.
Already been thinking about this for a while. I guess about for the last 6 months or so.
Oh no.
Maybe it just finally came to head within the last 24 hours that what am I doing? What am I actually doing calling myself a communist?
I mean, that's a good introspection
your only two
question.
Options are either communists with terrible politics or freaks.
Oh, he's getting like, I was about to say, what does having blue hair have to do with you not having like good politics? Okay, he's just become homophobic. I think I see what happened. He's become homophobic. And he sees that gay people are also a part of his movement, and he doesn't really like it. And so that's why he likes people like Haas and Dinkel, because they're homophobic. And so they do good work. But like the blue-haired feminist freaks, those are evil and they're weirdos and we don't like them. We hate women with colored hair here. Transphobic too? Yes.
Or
So, hate to see
have
it.
good politics, but are cowards. They're losers. They're incapable of actually achieving anything. This isn't to say anything about Haas or Jackson in particular. I do disagree with a lot of the decisions Haas in particular has made. I still hope that maybe one day he'll be successful. Maybe he'll finish his book. Maybe he'll launch the Shadow Party. Maybe he will actually get the ball rolling. But it just seems like a bunch of smoke. So much smoke coming off my cigarette right now. And that's just the truth, dude. I'm sorry. But I see no reason to support failures. I see no reason to support, people unwilling to take the actions necessary. I mean, like, let's assume, you need an organization to actually go down to the border in Texas right now. To actually reach the masses that are down there. Well, you don't have an organization to actually go down to the border and support failures. I see no reason to support, people unwilling to take the actions necessary. I mean, like, let's assume, you need an organization to actually go down to the border in Texas right now.
Okay, to do what?
To actually reach the masses that are down there.
Reach the masses? What are you talking about? Is he talking about like handing out communist manifesto? Like handing out like communist manifestos to people like near like Shelby Park and Eagles Crossing? What is he talking about? We must reach the ignorant hordes.
Well, you don't have an organization. There is no infrared organization.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't launched a party. You talked about launching a party for over a year.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, if you're gonna talk about something useless, launching a party is probably it. I'm gonna tell you this shit right now. Launching a party is probably one of the most useless things that you can do at this moment. A pizza party, maybe. that might do more. I can't lie. Having a little pizza party, like giving food to homeless people, would probably do more than you launching an actual political party and genuinely throwing your money in the trash. You collecting funds to do a weekly homeless pizza party, like cook hot dogs for homeless people on the street, will probably do more to help out this world than you starting a political party. I'm telling you this right now. It's just like a bad idea, dog. Like what's your plan? To lose more money, to throw it all away? Just be a charity. That honestly, just be a charity, man. You do more work. You know what, babe? That kind of sounds fun. Grilling hot dogs for homeless people. You want to grill hot dogs for homeless people? Free hot dog? Can you open the bag of buns? Okay. She said she doesn't know how to grill. I'm genuinely surprised you guys keep up with this guy. I can't lie to you. Free that dog. It does sound pretty cool. I can't lie. I don't know how many homeless people we have here though. There's a couple like that are like panhandling outside of Walmart, right? Yeah, those are the only people. There's like a couple. There aren't that many, as far as I've seen. Yo, look up. Don't obviously don't say where we live, but like look. Can you look up the homelessness rate, poverty rate? You know, that'd be kind of cool. Little food drive. Solicit donations from you all. Do a little food drive. That sounds cool.
Or shadow party, whatever.
Call it shark bites.
It just always seems like nothing ever happens. We talk about making fun of the people that say, well, nothing ever happens. My dude, you're the perfect example of a dude that doesn't do anything, and therefore nothing happens. I hope I'm wrong, but at the end of the day, whether I'm right or wrong, I just don't see a point of trying to be a communist anymore. I'm not going to go out like Keaton Mansfield and start calling myself a Catholic nationalist.
Did they ever help this guy? My thing. Okay, so he has a whole community. Was Yankee Tanky a big guy in the communist community? Does anybody know that? Unlike the interweb commie community, was he like well known? No. Okay. It has been alleged he was one of the accusers of Caleb Maupin. Yeah, I do know that. Yeah. I do know he was groomed by Caleb Maupin. No plus L plus ratio. He was he really not that well known though? Like no, like literally everybody would be like, who? Because I feel like I recognize the name and I'm not in his and I'm not in his circle, so I feel like I know. Wait, how many likes does this have or whatever? Oh, this is 46. Okay, maybe not. But it has 113,000 views, right? Like, not capitalism or socialism, but Americanism. Nah, dude, not the fucking shitty AI generated bullshit, like not left, not right bullshit. Hell nah. He's become he's become a Donald Trump voter. All of those guys are Donald Trump voters. I forgot. In the activist spaces I've been in, no one knew who he was. Oh, nice. Bro's a fascist. It seems like the closest to what he's just become, right? He's only popular as a lolcow after his Vosh debate. Okay, all right. But even after that, did they help? The reason why I asked the question is because I wanted to know if these people helped him, right? Like, did you all help? Did they help him Like after he became homeless, did any of them like reach out and do any like at least like the minimum you can do is share around his GoFundMe or something, right? They made fun of him actually. That's how, holy crap, they act the same way that Fuentes and crew do. Remember when we were talking about that guy who was actually about to be sexually assaulted or whatever by Nick Fuentes? How Nick Fuentes was like looking in his room for cum chips and was probably trying to date him or something, probably trying to fuck him or something. How Nick Fuentes found this kid in like Nebraska and then had him fly out and change his life for him by putting him in his basement in Chicago and forcing him to work on his videos and live streams for like little pay, and promised that we're gonna get all the Negroes and all the Hispanics out of the country, only for him to slowly groom him and possibly, in his opinion, try to get him to have sex with him, only for him to leave, to then look at his room after he left to try to find out if he jerked off in there by going in with a black light and trying to see if he could find cum chips. That guy, they act like that guy when he came forward about how he was genuinely really heavily mistreated, and all they wanted to know was about all the silly like goofy stuff that they can make fun of Nick for, and that's it. No, because they only identify with the left for reputational value? I guess so. All they want to know is if Nick was gay. Yes. Yeah, that's really all they needed to know, right? Did Snoop Dogg seriously start? Stated he liked emotes too. I don't know if he said that he liked Donald Trump. I think he came out to say that he didn't like Donald Trump didn't do anything bad to him. Like Snoop Dogg came out was like, Donald Trump never did anything bad to me. But I don't know. Which I mean probably makes sense since he's rich. Yeah, like Donald Trump probably like reduced his taxes and he's like able to buy more stuff now, and he's probably able to like buy a bunch of houses like over poor people and then sell them back to them, or force them to rent them out at like a exorbitant fees to be able to collect money off of them, right? So yeah, I would imagine that like Donald Trump has done good things for him because he's like, you know, because he's rich. But outside of that, I don't know. He probably isn't lying. He's probably telling the truth. Yeah, he's rich. Of course. Fascism holding hands with capitalism. You'll never trust rich minorities, okay? Never trust rich minorities. They just become whitened. Remember how Jay-Z came out and said that capitalist is the new N-word? And that capitalist is worse than the N-word? Like, this guy's completely lost it. He's completely out of his mind. What? You don't remember that? Enlightenment. The Enlightenment, yeah. JPEG Mafia recently had a pick and wanted to work with Kanye. Shit's crazy. Yeah, they're like they only care about money, dude. And a lot of them hated Jewish people to begin with, so because a lot of them believe, because they get like really deep into the idea that like, for one, they either believe like crazy anti-Jewish conspiracy theories, like it was the Jews that brought slavery to the US, or like the like Carl Schwab and the World Economic Forum are the ones keeping the blacks in Africa down. So they're like, oh yeah, of course it's the Jews helping keep us down, you know? So yeah, of course a lot of those people are like crazy anti-Semitic. Or they just don't care. Or they're just like, he wrote 808s and Heartbreaks. He wrote Graduation. So I don't care. They're like, he could, I'm straight up telling you that Kanye West could have been creeping around the streets and beat an old like rabbi to death with one of those supreme crowbars. All right. Like sharpened fucking Yeezys and started crawling around like a Gotham supervillain, throwing them like shurikens at like rabbis' necks as they're leaving the synagogue. And these guys would be like, he wrote Graduation. I don't care. I'm gonna consume his music. I'm gonna consume, right? They're like basically they're Black Asmongold. Basically they're Black Asmongold. I hate to say it, but it's kind of true. I don't care what he does, I'm going to consume. I don't care who he hurts or what he does, I'm going to consume. He wrote Graduation, I want to consume. I don't care how bad this is for society, I want to consume. Kanye West is the Funko Pop for black people who think they have talent. I hate to say it. It's very unfortunate, but the facts, somebody has to say it. What do you think about Kanye's new teeth? Actually, he didn't remove his teeth. He just they're just grills. They're just ugly grills. JPEG Mafia is admittedly said he wouldn't be a musician if it wasn't for Ye. Okay, I don't care. Like, okay, tell your sappy shit story to somebody else, bro. I don't remember asking. I really don't, unfortunately. He's just like, I don't know, he's just like one of those K-pop girls, you know? He's, in his heart, he's a 16-year-old white girl from Ohio, and Kanye West is his BTS. You know what I mean? Kanye West is his like John Cook. That's his J-Hope. I hate to say it. That's his RM. That's his Namjoon. Bro's like 50, grow up. But anyways, that's just how it is. Oh yeah, anyways, yeah, here's this. Jay-Z says there's no shame in success, compares being called a capitalist to the N-word. We not going stop. Hip hop is young, still growing. JC said in Twitter Spaces. He's like, it's just like being called the N-word. They call me a businessman and say I don't use my money correctly. They call me a capitalist. It's basically the N-word. Trust no rich minority. I'm telling you, dude. Because they're rich now. That's what they are. We have strong contenders for the worst song of the year in just one weekend. Wait. So both Ben Shapiro, Nicki Minaj, and Ice Spice posted some of the most ass songs recorded this year. Is that true? Wait a second. Can I read? Wait. I gotta. Okay. Pause. I gotta temper myself because I want to take some stuff in at a time. Okay. This is correct. I haven't listened to the. Yo, doll. Have you listened to the new Ice Spice song? Can you listen to it for me and tell me if it's ass? I can't listen to it on stream. It's probably like 3 minutes. Please. And also, can you listen to the new Nicki Minaj song and tell me if it's ass? Baby. She's an island girl just like you. You should have some island girl solidarity. She's from Trinidad. You're from the Virgin Islands. What's the new Ice Spice chat? What's the new Ice Spice song? No, wait, she'll die. They're saying you might die from listening to the song. Don't baby, no. Wait, what's the new song? It's called Fart. Can you look up Fart? Ice Spice, please. Yeah, can you check that out for me, doll? Please, baby. What do you want? I'll get you Five Guys fries tomorrow. How about that? If you listen to it. Okay. We got donations today, so I'll give her Five Guys fries tomorrow. Thank you, chat. You ain't shit, you a fart. Oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah, she wasn't built for this music thing. Oh no, dude. Did her songwriter quit or something and she had to start making songs herself? Horse. Back into okay, it's 2 minutes. Thank God. It's even shorter than I thought. Okay then. Have you listened to Megan's track yet? Guys, do you want me to do a segment on the Nicki Minaj Megan Thee Stallion drama? What do you guys think? I was thinking about doing one. Especially since what it came out about Nicki Minaj's husband and her brother, that they both do terrible things to women, especially young women. Nicki's been mad for days now. Nicki's not been mad for days. Nicki's been mad for like weeks. It's crazy. She also defended Tory Lanez. Yeah. She just loves men who hurt women. It's crazy stuff. Wasn't the girl 11? 16. He committed a vile crime. Well, we'll just say it at that. Against a 16-year-old girl at knife point in 1994. Her brother is also a PDF. Tory Lanez with a Z. Stay safe, the barbs will dox you. No, probably not. Oh, you've listened to it? Like, can you give me, what do you think? You don't care for it? Is it bad? She's like, it's just talking shit and ass shaking. So what about the lyrics?
Talking shit.
She's just talking shit. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing stuck out. Is it one of the worst songs you listened to all year? It's not one of the worst?
No. It
Go ahead.
just sounds like a rap song to me. About rap.
Oh, you don't listen to rap?
I don't listen to it like that.
And you don't care about rap?
No.
Oh. Okay. Well, thank you, babe. I'll get you your fries. Yay. Anyways, it seems I shouldn't have asked her because she's incapable of reviewing music, unfortunately. Especially rap. But she also listens to like Panic at the Disco when we're in the car. So it's just, it was a bad decision to ask in the first place. Interesting. Yeah, she's the type of, like, I give her the aux and she's like, I chime in. It's like that type of stuff,
No, it's not.
You did play it.
Yes, it's on the playlist.
Oh, okay.
That's the only thing I listen
I didn't say this the only thing you listened to, but you did. It's on your.
thing I listen
Okay, yo, just still your playlist like you're 16 and emo. Just. But okay, what else do you listen to? What else? She's not answering me. She's mad at me now. Pandora? You got some Pandora on the playlist? No Pandora. Green Day? Blink 182. She has none of that. It's just My Chemical Romance, it seems. Well, I mean, like the only one of those type of songs is My Chemical. She has other songs too. She has some she listened to a lot of R&B as well. She listens to Steve Lacy, the internet. Oh, jeez, good lord, scared me. Steve Lacy, the internet.
Steve Lacy's one.
Yeah.
Internet's another one.
The internet. Q. Yeah. What else? And she's looking at her playlist now. That was sudden jump scare. It got me. We have somebody seeing Steve Lacy live this Sunday, babe. What do you think about that?
I already saw him live.
She said fuck you. She's already saw him live. All right. Also nice to see you, Garbagool. Are you saying Nicki Minaj should give a lap dance to a 13-year-old? Is that true? Is that true? Wait a second. Nicki Minaj fans have now doxed Megan Thee Stallion's dead mother's grave, and they're looking to like desecrate her grave. That's crazy. Megan didn't even really say anything about her too. These people, can you imagine if they had this much can you imagine if they had this much like energy for like doing anything good in the world as opposed to like defending pedophiles? Nicki booed on stage after giving 13-year-old boy lap dance. Yeah, this needs to stop. Never fuck with barbs, but keep fucking with children, it seems. Very strange stuff that they believe. Climate change would be solved. You're right. Anyways, you guys want to see something crazy? So, do we know anything about Brittany Venti? Who is this woman? Brittany Venti. Wasn't she really big in like the anti-feminist days? Wasn't she a Nazi? She might have been a Nazi. It's very possible. The name is familiar. I associate it with Nazism, but I'm not sure if she actually is. So we're just gonna see. Let's take a look at her rational wiki because this should tell us a lot about her. Let's see. Frogs, clowns, and swastikas. Alt-right. Okay, sounds about right. Rebuilding the Reich 1 meme at a time. Buzzword. Okay. All right, here we go. Brittany Venti. Brittany Venti, 1997 to not dead yet, inshallah. Was also known by her legal name as Brittany Deer, or Brittany Dyer, whatever. Is an alt-right adjacent troll and fascist sympathizing YouTube streamer known for her controversial takes and actions online, which have resulted in her gaining an equally fascist audience and follower base. She has accumulated 155 subscribers on YouTube by 2021. 155. It seems she's grown. She's grown in those couple years. from feminist streamer to alt-right troll. Fenty started an online streaming brand in 2015. The streaming site Twitch which she is now banned from, sounds about right, by broadcasting her playing video games like Grand Theft Auto. Fenty became a lolcow after freaking out on stream, claiming another player was R-wording her in game, which prompted a number of online debates about her behavior and prompted her to develop a character around her perception as an unstable YouTube and game streamer. Oh no. It started with mental illness. After the victory of Donald Trump in 2016, causing the rise of the alt-right neo-fascist politics, Venti, like many other internet personalities, began socially and monetarily capitalizing on the rise of a much younger, energetic online far right by joining in on the real-life trolling of Shia LaBeouf's anti-Trump show in New York. This resulted in her gaining followers from 4chan's neo-Nazis infested board poll, and being named the Queen of Poll by some of its users. It also resulted in the piggybacking off the fame of far-right commentator and Vice co-founder. I forgot that Gavin McInnes co-founded Vice. Wow. All right. Yeah, wow. Okay. He's moved mountains, I'm not gonna lie. He's done many things. Yup. Proud Boy founder, Vice founder. Wow. Should I never knew that? You do now. And the failed far right rapper Tim Goynette. Okay. Tim Giannette, who goes by the online persona as Baked Alaska. What? He used to be a rapper? Oh, what the hell? Dude, I started this game much later, so I don't know the histories of a lot of these like online freaks, but like, man, is it a sordid history? Parappa the Alaska. Everyone was a rapper. You're right. Everyone was a rapper, apparently. Everyone's a failed artist, it seems. Yeah. She also was in the attendance of the local May Day rally in New York with far-right agitator Laura Loomer, where she ended up being arrested. It's all these types always getting arrested, huh? And being thrown in jail. Curious. It's always one of them getting thrown in jail, isn't it? And marching alongside tiki torch wielding fascists, the deadly and violent neo-Nazi. She was at the Charlottesville riot, which resulted in the death of many people, including 32-year-old Heather Heyer. However, many have debated whether Venti actually believes what she says, or just riding the rising wave of fascist alt-right politics and beliefs online. To believe that Venti is a clout-chasing e-girl who latches onto any far-right e-celeb that enters her vicinity. Possible. In one of her streams, Venti compares meeting internet personalities with alt-right circles to Pokemon, in which her words she needs to catch them all.
Be fucking honest, what you aren't, you refuse to be. Just because it's not what you want it to be, track, doesn't mean I'm not honest. Hearing what you want isn't the fucking truth. Thank you for those 2 coins. Feels bad, he doesn't follow me on Twitter. You know, you gotta collect those celebrity points. You know, it's like Pokemon, you gotta catch them all, you gotta make sure they all follow you. Twitter. You know, you gotta collect those celebrity points. You know, it's like Pokemon, you gotta catch them all, you gotta make sure they all follow you. It's like a collection thing. You're like, yeah, I have bragging points. I can brag. This person follows me, that person follows me.
Okay. Now I can see why mentally ill alt-righters liked her. Beck is the best goy, $101. That's crazy. Just actually Nazi e-girl. I can't believe she hasn't like parlayed. Listen, if she was actually like Nazi Pokimane, she 100% would have parlayed this into she would have parlayed this into like the housewife, like house girlfriend, trad wife, softcore porn industry as well. She could have gone crazy. I can't lie. Isn't she the African cookies chick? I have no clue what that is. Childish Kermbino? I guess so. Best goy? Yeah. Anyways. Oh, wait. Whoopsie. Wanted to reopen that and go back. I don't want to hear that again. Sounds about right. In recent years, however, Venti has adapted her image, taking a strong yet ironic stances against pornography, and has since regularly been attacking and starting internet flame wars. Other popular online creators and Twitch streamer Pokimane, okay, anti-feminist YouTuber Shoe on Head, Anissa Yoma, who the girlfriend of Anissa. Oh, I was like, this name sounds familiar. I don't see there are not many girls named Anissa. I was thinking about Idub's wife. While gaining fringe misogynistic incel audience along the way, Venti has attacked these women merely because they do not fit her, or shall we say her audience's views on women traditionalism. Okay. All right then. Anti-Semitism. Views on race. Venti being born from a black mother, nice, and the white father is mixed race heritage. Venti's views on race are not consistent and tend to contract each other at times. However, it can be assumed that she has internalized discrimination. Okay. In 2018, Venti was given a 24-hour ban. A ban when a video she posted about African cooking was deemed to contain racist and offensive stereotypes of Africa and Haiti, claiming, Haitians are not African, you know that, right? Claiming to call people from those regions dirt eaters, and her now ex-boyfriend in the background could be heard mocking Venti's African IQ and proceeding to make clicking noises as a form of mocking African languages. As a result, this deeply enraged her, and that she said she was half black because she has a black mom and she can't be racist or something. She even attached DNA results in order to wait. She sent an angry email to YouTube asking to get unbanned, and she attached her DNA results to say that she could just be racist. Okay. Interesting woman. Anyways, I wanted to look at a video from this creature. It's called "The Fake Christians of the Right." So it seems like she's parlayed this from being like a normal, like super hyper feminist e-girl, all right, to like a Nazi, to now like she's now found it more profitable to be like one of the people criticizing the rhinos and the fake the fake conservatives on the far right. Okay, interesting. Is that Big Papa Fascist? Yeah, this Andrew guy, Big Papa Fascist, was actually on the Whatever podcast debating consequentialism with an OnlyFans model, and said that she didn't know what she was talking about because she was a consequentialist and he is not. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, you don't understand anything, bitch. It was weird stuff. It was very weird stuff. He does that thing where he just throws around a bunch of like philosophy jargon until somebody gets lost and then claims victory. But yeah. Anyways, the fake Christians of the far right. Let's see, because apparently there's some drama in this.
And I have look, I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife. But I told her, I told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test. And if not, I'm out the door. Period.
That man bragging about making his wife take a paternity test and humiliating her in front of millions of subscribers for brownie points is Andrew Wilson, the trad life Christian conservative who has so much faith in his wife that he made her take a paternity test.
I told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test. And if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well, and that's not emotional abuse.
Yeah.
Well, they're also that would be considered emotional abuse.
This is totally the normal reaction you would get when talking about your 100% healthy, loving, and trusting relationship. Andrew Wilson and his wife Rachel Wilson are part of the Trad Thought Coalition on the right. Rachel Wilson insulted a young Christian conservative public figure, Isabella DeLuca, for being an immodest thought whose...
Here, let's see. Complains about my revealing photos, then proceeds to make an entire collage of my revealing photos. These photos aren't the problems. The fact that you expect us to believe that you are here to share your hot political takes and cake recipes with us is the problem. You're just a basic hoe. Own it and be honest. Why are these people so weird? Is it really that hard to just like be normal? It's so crazy to me. It's just insane, man. Just leave people alone. Is it really that hard?
Wilson insulted a young Christian conservative public figure, Isabella DeLuca, for being an immodest thought whose...
Look, the phony grifting thoughts with their stripper photos can cope all they want. This person pumped out actual human beings. They're an actual mother. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm not saying we should bring back. I'm not saying we should be able to allow the government to tell people that they're not allowed to have children, but everybody knows that they didn't gain a following because people are dying to hear their conservative Christian political takes. Just be honest. Well, that's just it. She doesn't have any ideas. She's just a basic hoe. We have a catchphrase apparently, like she's a cartoon character, and she should be honest in her advertising.
Not a real trad Christian conservative like Rachel, because she baked a cake fully clothed while daring to have big boobs. Let me...
Oh, I'm not. Well, I have no opinion about her breast capacity, but... Oh, is this the revealing picture that they thought? She is indeed fully clothed as well. She's got the white girl watch as well. Like she's cooking, literally.
Daring to have big boobs. Let me ask you a question. Which one of these sounds more traditional to you? Who's more trad? A, the woman staying in the kitchen and baking a cake fully clothed, or B, a divorced woman who had 5 kids from 3 different men? I would say the girl baking the cake sounds a lot more traditional than the divorced woman with 3 different baby daddies attacking the other woman for baking a cake.
If I'm going to be honest with you, the first one does sound more actually trad. You know the fake Coke and like fake Coke and like advertisement sort of like idea of the 1950s family. Like that one is definitely that one's definitely like, you know, the boob lady, but like the Wilson girls, she's like that's way more traditional. If I'm gonna be honest with you, that is way more traditional. That is way closer to what life was actually like back then. I hate to say it. Maybe the one to actually tell you this, but yeah. Trad wars are heating up. Yeah, the trad wars are heating up. We talked about this not too long ago. The trad wars are going crazy. Trad wars are going absolutely nutty. I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah. They're both like YouTubers or whatever, so they're both not very trad at all. If they were really trad, I would never know that they even existed.
Is it that sloppy seconds Rachel can attack other women online for not being traditional enough when she sounds like she belongs on an episode of the Maury Povich show?
Criticizing women for being criticizing women for criticizing women and doing it by criticizing women misogynistically. The trad wars really are heating up.
Year-old Jeremiah William.
Sloppy seconds, huh?
When I was researching this video, I legitimately lost track of which baby daddy had which kid. She really has the audacity to insult single mothers on the regular when she herself is one.
She was raised by a single mom. Got it? Single mom. Also, I have the question: were you raised by a single mom? I'm lying awake wondering how many men never achieve their potential greatness because their single mom and female school teachers told them to be nice, have empathy, and believe all women. Probably not many. Maybe even zero, actually. Genuinely, possibly even zero. Yeah, but does Venti actually disagree with these ones? I'm genuinely curious. Right? Or is she like a far right poster until it comes to women, and then she ticks back into feminism mode?
She distances herself from that title of single mom by trying to make the distinction of mothers who are single due to being widowed or abandoned. And what?
Oh no, not the cope. Easy, because 70-80% of single mothers are such by choice. I've always made the distinction between mothers who are single due to being widowed or abandoned, etc., and those who are willingly break up their own family. Oh, okay. I see. Rage for patriarchy. Also, she's single. Wasn't like her and like the Andrew guy aren't they married? Or are they like are they divorced now? Did they used to be married? Because when I talked to them like a couple months ago, they it seemed like they were still married. Are they no longer married anymore? What happened in that time? Is it all over now?
What a happy coincidence it is that she should fall under that category. Her first husband, who is now her ex-husband, divorced her, and she claims that he abandoned her. But I wouldn't be so quick to believe her, considering that she lies so often about her marriage. She claims that she was married to her husband for 16 years, and then claims that she was married to him for 26 years. Now, before you say, oh, it might be a typo because 16 and 26 are kind of close when you type it. Okay. But looking back in Rachel's history on her tweets, if you do the math from 2023, where she says she's married for 16 years, and then you...
I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a lot of digging for like a single point. This person is this Venti girl is now like she's a this woman historian. I feel like some people at like the British Museum have spent less time thinking about another person's life when talking about goddamn King Tutankhamun than this girl has. This is wild.
Subtracted from when she got married with her current husband, and it turns out to only be 11 years of marriage, meaning that she is lying about how long she's been married to make herself look better. Because she hates when you call her a single mom. She's not like those other single mothers. And you know what? She's right. Most other single mothers don't have 3 baby daddies. And the cherry on top here is that she had a baby out of wedlock. Meaning, if you do the math here from when she says she gave birth and when their wedding date is, her husband married her because she got pregnant.
You say paleo baby? What the fuck does that mean? What the hell is a paleo baby? It was on the paleo diet? Or do you mean paleo conservative baby and you freed him like YouTube racist content 24/7?
And that's why he made her take the paternity test to see if it went. And when their wedding date is, her husband married her because she got pregnant. And that's why he made her take the paternity test to see if it was his child, because he doesn't trust her and would not have married her without one. Which is why later on, Rachel demanded that paternity tests be the norm so that she is not embarrassed or ashamed that her husband did not actually have 100% trust and faith in her.
I have what I consider 100% faith and trust in my wife.
And her husband Andrew here is in on the lie as well, of course, claiming that she never said anything about being married for 16 years, when she clearly did countless times, and so did Andrew.
Yeah, I've been with the same woman for 18, 20 years, something like that.
We're going to dive a little bit deeper into the Cakegate rabbit hole today, as there have been some interesting developments since my last video on it. But before that, I want to show you guys some candles that we made at Reach Street Soap.
I don't care.
4 years can make a huge difference in someone's face, and in Rachel's case, I feel like it does. When I was looking through the comments, somebody pointed out that Rachel's nips are poking through the shirt, and they are. I can't show it on screen, but what is...
This shit's crazy. These people are not okay, man. Like... Like, I feel like I've talked about people before. Is it just me, or is this going a little insane? How do we get here? Mental health. Dude, we have such a mental health crisis in this country, man.
What's with this trad thought coalition getting on other girls' cases about not being modest trad Christian conservatives, but then they themselves will post themselves with their nipples poking through their shirt? Like in the last video it was Pearl, and now in this video it's Rachel. Why can't she wear a bra? And if she has a problem with bras, at least
women have
use some
nipples?
nipple covers if you're going to be on your high horse about modesty. And it's not surprising someone noticed that, considering the whole post is her drawing attention to her body, which is hypocritical to her whole point, complaining about girls grifting and getting attention and simp fishing. Sloppy Seconds Rachel dedicates this entire post drawing attention to her body, talking about how she lost weight with her nipples poking through her shirt, but somehow that's not attention seeking. But God forbid Cake Girl bakes a cake in her kitchen fully clothed with no nips poking out. I think it should be pretty obvious at this point that
we got the nip investigator here.
She can't effortlessly get the same amount of attention. Cake Girl gets it without having to show her nipples and blaming her fatness on thyroid issues.
Show
it seems
her
like every
nipples,
woke
man?
obese person blames their obesity on thyroid issues, so it was a huge red alert when I saw Rachel blaming her weight on her thyroid issues. So I went through Sloppy Seconds social media, and she has a long history of posting the food that she makes. So let's count her calories and see if it's actually those thyroid issues or if it's her just overeating. I'm gonna be
I've counted the calories in every single piece of food that she's eaten in the last 3 weeks to determine whether or not she has a thyroid issue or if she's a fat fuck. Come with me. This is another, I'm telling you, this is the type of shit that I would think that you would get a restraining order for, man. What in the world? Well adjusted. Stable genius. Oh man, what the hell? Stalker energy. This girl's lost her damn mind. Oh geez, what the fuck? Okay, I don't know, but listen, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the counting calories for the 2 bagels that she ate and potatoes will really tell you something. I will say this is a lot of starch and carbs. This is a lot of starch and carbs for the morning. And those potatoes do look like they need to be browned up a little bit more. Those are definitely not done. And that bagel, like, could it not hurt you to go to an actual bakery? You could actually go to Panera. You could go to Panera Bread and pick. Listen, I did this not too long ago. Listen, if you guys actually want good bagels, here's the thing. All right, go to Panera Bread. Get like the dozen bagels. It's like $15. Okay, it's basically what you spend for a single fucking meal at like McDonald's or something these days. Okay, since everything's expensive. Thank you, Joe Biden. Anyways, get the bag, get the bagel you want to eat for that day. You know what you do with the rest? You throw them in the freezer. You throw them in the freezer, man. And then when you want a bagel, you pop that bitch in the oven really quick. Like one, like 200, 250. Wrap it in tin foil so it steams a little bit. You can put a little bit of water in there too. Like give it a little spray. Steam a little bit in there. Take it out. It's like, it's fresh. It's like a new fresh bagel. It's so good. It's just as good. All right, give it a try. Don't get these Walmart like goobles. Okay, get a good genuine bagel.
Be conservative with my estimates here. It's probably going to be more than what I say, but I would say this is about 300 calories a bagel times 2, so we're already at 600 calories of bread. I would say that looks like it's about 2 eggs per bagel, and 1 egg is 70 calories, so that would total 280 calories. I can't see if there's cheese in this, so I won't count it. Maybe she just makes really bland, disgusting food, and I don't know if she cooked this in butter or oil, but she chose one of them, and that's usually around 50 to 100 calories depending. Over here, there's about 150 to 200 calories of potatoes on the side, so that's about 1,130 calories for breakfast, not including knowing how much oil or butter that she used. 1,100 calories is almost your entire day's worth of calories, just for breakfast. I know that the caption implies that this is to get the family going with a hot breakfast, but the thing is, as you scroll through her Instagram, all of the meals she posts are always for one person. This meal served by Sloppy for her husband is captioned, "Hangover breakfast for Papa," meaning not only is Andrew going to eat this entire breakfast, which we will break down in a second, but also the night before, he drank so much that he had a hangover. So if he drank enough to have a hangover, that means for someone of his size, he would have to drink probably around 6 to 8 beers, depending on how much of an alcoholic he is. And 1 beer is 140 calories on the light side. 1 egg is around 70 calories. Let's say that the
I've never seen pocket watching to this degree. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I have never seen this type of pocket watching in my entire life. So I've done the math and been able to perfectly calculate every single beer that he must have drunk. And I've scrolling through his entire YouTube and Twitter history to be able to find his weight and exact height. I put that into his BMR to find out his basal metabolic rate, so I can know exactly how many calories he burns by doing almost actually nothing. Okay, and as a smoker, I've decided to see how many cigarettes he takes per day and calculate and being able to extrapolate how his metabolism acts. As you see, your average smoker has a metabolic rate that is decreased, meaning that they use less calories, meaning it's more likely for them to gain weight. And taking a look at this, the average person can only eat about 2 pieces of bacon a day before it starts to get a little yo, well, actually yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. Now, I will say this is a lot of meat. I'm not gonna lie, but I wouldn't like pocket watch that bad to be able to figure out exactly. She's gonna be like, "Oh, this bacon looks so shitty, so I can't even tell how many there are." But I'm gonna guess it's 5. Okay, let's see.
The Wonder Bread here is 100 calories, again, being conservative. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. I can't see the one under there, but let's say 5 sausages that are around 100 calories each, which, by the way, is processed food. Rachel often claims that she makes her food from scratch. I don't know what kind of scratch this is, but so you have 5 to 6 sausages, and it looks like it's around 6 pieces of bacon here. Each slice of bacon is probably around 40 calories, so that's around 240 calories of bacon. And then we have these potatoes under here. Assuming that they're not processed slop like how the sausage is, it's probably around 200 to 300 calories. There's a lot of potatoes.
Do you think they put, what do you mean processed slop? Do you think that they put concrete in the, do you think they put wood chips in the, in like the sausage links or something? What are you talking about? They come raw, man. It's raw meat and spices. What are you talking about? You process food when you cook it. You know that, right? Fuck you. Processed food doesn't mean anything. And on that note, wait, let me pocket watch a little bit. I'm a little curious about this. How much calories is a single bagel? At like 245 calories in a single bagel. And also, isn't she also working out? Like, you should also eat a little bit more if you're working out too, because you're going to be burning more weight. You're going to be burning more calories too. So this is, I don't know, but anyway, just so you know, this is about her being a fake Christian.
Processed slop like how the sausage is, it's probably around 200 to 300 calories. There's a lot of potato there. So this hangover breakfast for a Puffy Papa here is around 1,200 calories after a full night of drinking. If you were to say he drank 6 beers, that's around 840 calories on the conservative side. If Sloppy is feeding her husband like this and doesn't know how many calories she's feeding him, imagine what she feeds herself. She posts a lot of these meals that she makes for her husband with these tee-hee captions like, enhancing his toxic masculinity. My husband was hungry. My husband needs sustenance. Your husband doesn't need sustenance. He needs to eat less. Here's another meal Sloppy made for her husband, and it's a Denny's 3 a.m. stale breakfast. I have to say, for someone who's supposedly been cooking for decades and had 5 children, she sure doesn't cook like it. Her food is very beginner level and it looks super average. You have this burnt bacon here with some burnt potatoes with some cut up hot dog. I'm sorry, but this is just not
burnt bacon. Oh hell nah, dude. What do you mean burnt bacon? You what? This isn't burnt bacon. This isn't burnt bacon. What are you talking about? Burnt potatoes? These need to go back into the oven. What are you talking about? Around the eye. Nothing here is burnt, actually. If anything, it's undercooked. Bro hasn't cooked a day in her life. I don't think this girl has ever cooked. You think she cooks? Wait a second, I gotta see. She's pocket watching really hard. This chick better cook. I swear. Bimbo burns herself on cooking stream. Okay. Bimbo tries to cook chicken pesto. This woman needs psychological treatment, man.
Hi. Welcome.
Okay. All right then. Okay, I can fix her. I'm gonna beat you. I hope you know that. Your beating is coming. What is she even making? What the fuck is that?
Make sure you guys are in position.
It's a little crooked.
It makes it so much better.
Okay, she's plating up the vegetables.
Alright, so it comes out cute. Alright, somebody take a screenshot before it falls apart. I hope it comes out cute. Okay. We're going to assemble the sandwich.
That is a lot of raw onion, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's a sandwich?
Careful, it's hot. Oh. Stuff it back in there.
Oh, she knows who she's talking to, man.
They should make eating aprons normal. This is literally how you should eat. You should eat with an apron on. Oh, really good.
That's a lot of red onion. I know that girl breath stank. But I mean, you know, good for you, partner. Okay. Sure. All right. Okay. Yeah, what else? Maple syrup chicken. You make maple syrup maple syrup chicken? Cooks kimchi ramen by eyeballing it. Oh no, man. Chicken katsu curry. Oh, look at the mess she made. God damn.
Okay. This is the one with one egg wash.
That's what the egg wash chicken looks like? Okay. Supposed to be golden brown. Okay.
Not what I envisioned to be the ultimate trad wife meal. She could have added some fresh herbs, some vegetables, or maybe some chives on the egg if you're going for presentation points. Her technique looks really bad. I mean, that bacon is...
You could have made ramen? What? Ramyun? Going to use this Korean kimchi ramyun I made as an example. Okay, but that also has a lot of salt. You know that, right?
Her technique looks really bad. I mean, that bacon is burnt to a crisp at the end. Even for someone who likes crispy bacon, this is too much. This is overcooked. The cut up hot dogs in here just look random, like she threw it in there because, you know, her husband needed the extra calories. Her technique isn't impressive and she burns a lot of her food. We have the presentation, which is bad to mediocre.
I've actually never seen someone be a hater. Like, okay, chat. Tell me, am I overreacting? But I feel like I've never seen somebody be a hater this bad in my entire life. Like, they have a hater, man. Like, they have a fucking hater, dude. This is next level hating. She genuinely like thinks about new ways that it is impressive. It's impressive levels of hating. I've almost never seen somebody be this bad of a hater in my entire life. This is advanced hating. Nah, Shark, this is normal for these kinds of people, I guess, but like, I don't even think the Vosh haters are this bad. This shit's insane, man. That food be looking nasty though. This does not look nasty. It looks perfectly fine. Especially if you've had those like smoked sausages, you just grill them up. I think they would need to be on the eye of a little bit longer, but like, you know, this isn't bad. This isn't bad food. It looks perfectly fine, you know. This is just way too much meat and potato.
At best, probably tastes about as good as it looks. And most of the meals that she's posted are things that beginners can make on their first try. And honestly, they probably wouldn't burn the bacon this bad. Let's go over Denny's 3:30 a.m. stale breakfast. 300 calories of burnt potatoes, 95 calories of Wonder Bread. Being conservative, it's probably like 400 calories of hot dog cut up. Whatever disease-looking mystery meat this is. Bacon is...
What do you eat, lady? What do you mean mystery meat? It's a sausage. You've never... this bitch ain't normal. Okay. It's a normal thing that people... Okay, chat, be honest. Do you guys have this, like... It comes in like Walmart a lot of the time. Do you guys keep this sausage around? Smoked sausage. Yeah, that Hillshire Farm smoked sausage link. I'm talking about this guy. You all keep this guy around? You guys keep this in your fridge? Because my family does. We always keep this. It's not mystery meat. You could check the back to see what's in it. I do. I had that. It's good. You ever grilled it on the eye a little bit? Just throw it on the eye real quick. No oil needed. Just like pop it on, get a little sear on it, and then pop it off. Hit it with a little mustard. Yeah, and also says beef, like right out of the package. Kielbasa. They also make a kielbasa version. Yeah, that one goes craziest. Getting hungry right now. It's $3, of course. Yeah. Of course I eat the cancer law. Yeah. Yeah, the kielbasa. Right? Okay, thank you. I'm glad I'm not alone in this. Like, I don't know what this lady eats, but apparently it must not be like what normal people do.
Around 40 calories each. It looks like there's maybe 4 or 5 strips of bacon, so that's probably around.
I want to skip forward. Okay, we've seen the advanced hating. I want to skip forward a little bit to see what else she has.
Second off, I'm going to prove my point. I don't want to hear the excuses when Jordan Peterson's daughter was this skinny after 2 weeks of having a baby. But Rachel can't pull this off even after years because she's gluttonous. Sloppy seconds, Rachel.
It's almost like people are different.
Puts down other women for not living as healthy and fit of a stay-at-home mom, trad wife life as she is. Meanwhile, she's not only using illness as an excuse to get attention to her body, but to also excuse her gluttony and slothing around. Those are 2 of the 7 deadly sins that Christianity speaks against. You know, this wasn't an oopsie mistake. This is a lifestyle that they are living. I get that Christianity has forgiveness, but come on, practice what you preach here. Sloppy Rachel had children out of wedlock and also has several baby daddies. That's not very traditional and Christian. But they're out here judging others and purity spiraling. Rachel insulted Cake Girl for being a slut, so did Andrew. Sloppy Rachel also insulted me, calling me a slut, calling me stupid, and her husband did the same thing on his stream. He called me a moron and started insulting me before he had even watched my video. And he was stressing this stream talking about me. That was like his 12th cigarette. Imagine the stench of that room and how badly he stinks. You would think for a guy that smokes so much, he wouldn't eat so much.
Like, there's nothing I like more than being in this arena entangling, especially with morons, whom I consider Brittany Vente to be a stellar example of a moron.
There's actually a Bible verse about this. 1 Peter 3:9. Do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. On the contrary,
that shit's so crazy. She just pulled that from BibleStudyTools.com. You couldn't pull it up in your Bible itself? Do you have one? Where is it? When was the last time you opened it? That's not. Listen. I'm just saying she like Googled. Do you think she Googled Bible verses that'll help me win debate? And this is the first one that popped up and she's like, yes! What version though? I don't know. This is probably King James. Just like most of them. This is reconfirming my decision to be fat and happy. You can be a little happy, yeah. You can. Don't repay evil. Don't repay evil for evil. Don't retaliate with insults when people insult you. Instead, pay them back with a blessing. That is what God has called you to do, and he will grant you his blessing. Yeah, but isn't this entire video one insult? You like actually pulled a Trump and then started calling her sloppy Rachel instead. And instead of making like 2 videos about how much, at least, my bad, minimum 2 videos about how much you hate this person, shouldn't you instead say, I hope God blesses you, have a good day instead?
Repay evil with blessing, because to this you were called, so that you may inherit a blessing. I'm not calling myself evil here, but it literally says in their book that they're supposed to abide by to not repay insult with insult. Do these people seem like good Christians to you? Addict Andrew, who can't get enough of alcohol and cigarettes and food, is out here claiming he's a good Christian. But meanwhile, Puffy here on his 12th cigarette is busy plastering OnlyFans girls' breasts on his thumbnails. These OnlyFans girls' biggest promotions come from these Manosphere podcasts like Fresh and Fit.
What happens is they hate themselves because they're incel losers, a lot their audience, and they see you and they're attracted to you, and then they can't help it because they want to see more, and they're actually secret simps, but they hate themselves for being simps, so then they subscribe to your OnlyFans and hate themselves for it. So then they go back on Fresh and Fit and watch women get bullied to kind of make themselves feel better. At least with that audience, that's what I noticed.
That's how that works.
These OnlyFans girls, their biggest promotion comes from these Manosphere podcasts like Fresh and Fit, and Andrew is copying their formula.
When you got kicked off of Fresh and Fit the first time, how much money did you make, girl, afterwards? Like
Fresh and Fit, there's no one that does more for OnlyFans women than Fresh and Fit. Myron, one of the hosts, wrote a book, Why Women Deserve Less. You are the #1, you have helped sex workers more than anybody, I think, in the world. You have given us the world. Every time I come on your show, my money goes way up. And then he kicked me off, and then he invited me back on. So
he is copying the formula of some of the big.
What is this world, man? What the hell is the world that we live in right now? But like, listen, I mean, like a lot of people did ask, like, what's up with these girls coming on to Fresh and Fit and whatever pod? Well, the answer is because, yeah, their audience is full of guys who pay for OnlyFans. more than anything else. You know, they I mean, think of it. Myron himself. You know, Myron himself is a guy who specifically said how much he likes to, you know, go out and like get escorts. There you go. He likes to go out and like purchase the services of escorts, and he calls himself a high value man. He's actually a sugar daddy. You know that, right? He like posts on a sugar daddy website. And he's like, he only wants the best. Yeah, he loves his mistresses. He's a sugar daddy. He pays women to be around him. Yeah, it's of course he like has other women do the same, right? He probably invites on the girl. He probably finds girls by beating his meat to their OnlyFans and is like, this bitch would be great to yell at on my stream. It's actually incredible. He spends all of his money on OnlyFans, then realizes that he needs more money, invites the OnlyFans girl on to insult them, gets money from guys who insult the OnlyFans, who like it when you insult women, and then use that money to then buy more videos of OnlyFans girls to beat his meat even harder than he did last time. It's actually the perfect perpetual cum machine. He's invented the perpetual cum machine, man. This guy needs to be put down in the history books. The perpetual masturbation machine. It's insane.
Biggest supporters of OnlyFans girls. How traditional and Christian of him. So anyway, I want to tell you guys more about what happened after I released my video on cake girls. How traditional.
Resorts to screeching when called out. Okay.
And Christian of him. So anyway, I want to tell you guys more about what happened after I released my video on Cakegate. So in response to Rachel responding to my video, essentially me pointing out that she's overweight, and she posted that photo of her that wasn't timestamped, I told her to call into my stream since she had such pleasant words to say about me on Twitter. So she said no unless there's a moderator. So she won't call into my stream to say what she has to say to me directly. And not only that, but she and her addict husband kept creating new threads on Twitter to make it look like I wasn't replying when she responded to me about wanting to call in, but only with a moderator. She also tried to make me look bad by lying and saying I blocked her, and then she backtracked when I called her out. A moderator is completely unnecessary, and the reason she wants one is to shield her because she's scared of what I would say to her. For example, if I went over these meals and how many calories they are with her on the live stream, what is she gonna say? It would be pretty embarrassing. Also, with the moderator thing, I tried to get one to get Rachel to at least come on and talk to me, and it fell through because Chrissy was gonna moderate, but then she wanted to host it, but I wanted to host it because I'm the one who made the Cakegate video and put days of research and work and editing into it. And Chrissy said she felt that it wouldn't be fair unless it was hosted on a third party, but I disagree. Sloppy Rachel / her husband have people on and they have a moderator quotation, but he doesn't actually do anything. He just sits there silent the whole time. So I don't see why I need a moderator when they essentially don't even use one when they talk to people. I also don't agree it needs to be on a third-party platform or that we need a moderator, considering that other streamers have people call in, like Destiny or Turkey Tom. They let people call in and argue with them. So I think the real reason that Sloppy Rachel wanted a moderator was to try to shut me down and prevent me from saying what she didn't want me to say. Sloppy Rachel also said that she was worried that I would mute her, which she has no evidence to go off of that I mute anybody, and really it just seems like projection. But her saying that I would mute her is just some made-up excuse that she can't call into my stream. She could also record or dual stream when she calls in if she really felt like I would be as bad faith as her husband. So after the debate falls through because we can't decide who should host the stream, I say, screw this, and I told Sloppy that my original invitation still stands. Call into my stream. Call in since you contest me saying that you're overweight. Come on camera and tell me what you have to say to my face. So then, scared Sloppy hides behind her husband, who comes onto our Simpcast episode.
I didn't even know that Turkey Tom streams. Did you know that? Is that her candle? This is her candle brand that she's like hawking? Oh. Bless you. You okay over there? You getting sick? You want some tea? Okay, let me know. I can get you some tea. Definitely chuddy. That's the vibe I pick off from him, but you know, I haven't watched enough of his content to even know really.
Episode live where the topic of Cakegate came up, and he is having a good old drunken melty in the chat in front of everyone.
None of these chicks can defend their positions, morons. Nicole. Rachel isn't going on a show where she can't confront her accusers. She's gonna help you, brain dead. R words, you're right, you're an idiot, lol, you'll lose in 15 minutes. What's happening, man?
To our Simpcast episode live where the topic of Cakegate came up, and he is having
Simpcast? It's called Simpcast? Man, what the hell is happening? What's going on here, man? What the fuck is Simpcast? Destiny brained, I guess. Looks like the Avengers for rancid women. This just seems about right. Not the shitty rip-off vaporwave aesthetic. And they play The Weeknd in the intro. Do they not want any money? What the hell is this?
Different sitting there. I don't want to even approach him.
You're gonna be fine.
Okay, I'll do your arm. All right. I'm not strong.
Drunk because someone slammed into the back of him.
Our first driver didn't even have shoes on. He was out in his socks.
But that was kind of endearing because Asian stewardess with a mask for some reason still. Okay, that's 1 and 2. Oh, the relief. Look at Keanu's
and gray
eyes.
hair, so he's experienced probably.
Yeah,
look,
that's always a good sign.
Like, that's
Black, white, brown. I don't care what you are. I almost said. There's a little something there.
Is there like a joke I'm missing? Like I don't understand.
The joke
is
because women DEI. I mean the
planes have been falling apart. Doors have been falling off
because of women.
Wow. It's actually just like a worse version of that Charlie Kirk podcast that we watched the other day. That's incredible. But it's like women being like, so this is a whole podcast of going, we suck, don't we? Yeah, we're shit at everything. Yeah. That's like the whole, that's the whole podcast. Okay. DEI, okay, sure.
A good old drunken melty in the chat in front of everyone live because he knows that Sloppy will be there to make him his 1,500 calorie breakfast after his hangover. Get your rose lot.
And they never have anything interesting to say, and so I don't actually care about what they say. So I feel like I'm just talking, and I'm just kind of nodding my head.
So anyways, the fake Christians of the far right, and it's just like how you don't like a guy who was mean to you. How you don't like this guy's wife who was mean to you, okay? Anyways, with that being said, I wanted to look at this video because she did a follow-up of the one that she made called The Fakest Christians of YouTube. It's even worse now.
Would you rewrite the First Amendment? I have my opinions, but I don't even believe women should vote or be in government because we can't enforce any of those things anyway.
Welcome to the fake Christian side of the Manosphere. I'm not a Christian, but I join you today with my cross necklace since anybody can be called a Christian nowadays. Also, it's a cute necklace, so. But yeah, welcome to the fake Christian.
She's not even a Christian. What? Is this a bit? If this might be a bit, dude, I'm gonna have to start drinking soon. This is crazy. There's some alcohol left. There's some Malibu left. I might need it. I might need it after this one, babe. I might need it. Yo, babe, can you be braless and make me a 1,500 calorie breakfast in the morning? Yeah, specifically with no bra. You can keep a shirt on, but like specifically no bra, and make a 1,500 calorie breakfast for me in the morning. And call me your tratty daddy. So you don't have to do that part. Okay. Guys, she said we'll see how she feels. We're in. Love you, doll. Too much meat, no herbs. Biscuit, gravy, eggs, bacon, waffle, pancakes, hash brown. It's a big day for me. Shark you, dog. Oh, well, come on. Well, the boy can't have a little shum. You best get her fries. I'm getting her fries. She did as I asked. She's getting her fries. That's how the deal is.
Christian side of the manosphere, where they believe things like 16-year-old minors are, quote, hotter than 26-year-olds. And they also believe that women, despite having to pay taxes and having the same IQ as men on average, should not vote. And that we are men's property, so we should be traded and sold off like cattle.
Women are currency to be bartered and traded. You know, we see in the Bible, it's not biblically unfounded. It's not like I'm making stuff up. You could trade a nice virgin bride for a half a dozen yoke of oxen. And I think if we went back to that and got rid of all this feminism crap, forget about your master's degree, forget about your career, and just go mommy mode. That's what I believe in.
So let me get this straight. We need to give up our right to vote so that we can be sold like cattle to some creep who needs to bleach his roots?
Step aside, Mercury. It's not you I'm after.
Don't bleach your roots, creep.
How are you going to buy women like cattle when you can't even...
Oh, she's just like us, dude. She watches anime too. One absolute queen. That's crazy. No, she didn't. Not that, dude. Oh no. What the fuck? Did you see that Destiny's editor made a JJK reference? What the hell? Yo, my king Gege is like, he's everywhere, man. I haven't even done this. I haven't even made a JJK reference in my in a thumbnail yet. How'd they beat me to it? Not that I'd win. I'd win, man. Gege peak. JJK do be popping off. I'd win. That's a good idea too. I'm not gonna lie. I'd win. I might have to take that one day. Nah, I'm hungry. Dude, Lobotomy Kaizen is hitting everybody, even the editors, man. Lobotomy Kaizen is getting to all of us. I mean, thankfully it's ending, because that was posted during Gege's break. That was posted during the break week, so. Curse technique, mommy milkers.
Afford to buy yourself some furniture. Yeah, let's become second-class citizens to some dork who has an infinity love sticker on his IKEA dresser. This is what people like Rachel Wilson are proposing when they say that women should become second-class citizens and give up their right to vote, and essentially giving up their right to freedom so that guys like that can buy us like cattle. It might catch you off guard to find out that sloppy Rachel here is in her 40s saying that women shouldn't vote, but it's actually not that surprising when you consider the fact that she pimped out her virginal daughter, that she bragged about having a 0 body count to a bunch of creepy men on the internet, on Twitter.
Huh? What? What did you just say? What? I will say that shit is crazy to say that your daughter has a 0 body count on Twitter. That does sound like CPS needs to be called, I can't lie. No tats, no body count, traditional wife, mother, gender rolled, big AF supporter, but those no studs is a deal breaker, whatever.
Original daughter that she bragged about having a 0 body count to a bunch of creepy men on the internet.
I have a nose ring. I know it's frowned upon. I'm not a nun. I'm a real person. But she's 98% dream of wife. She's 98% dream of wife for a groiper. If that's not good enough, feel free to scroll on. Where's CPS, man? We gotta listen. We funded the IRS. We need our 3-letter agents to get out there, okay? IRS and CPS. We need our 3-letter agents to do something. Trying to pawn off your daughter to a groiper, bro? Hello? Do we have no shame? Whatever happened to shame, man? Whatever happened to decency, man? Groiper, fucking ill. Can you imagine? You're like, I want my daughter to date a rapist. That shit's crazy. Alphabet Mafia. Known peace for too long.
On Twitter, of all places. I covered some of this on my last video on Sloppy Seconds, 3 baby daddies Rachel Wilson, and her 12 cigarettes an hour husband, addict Andrew Wilson. But new details have come out about the situation that makes it even more creepy than we had initially thought, including the daughter herself speaking out on the situation. And I also want to speak on Reed Street Soap's Valentine's Day collection of candles that I helped design.
I don't care.
I'm telling you, candles when you check out. So good. So Sloppy pimped out her virginal daughter to a bunch of creepy men on Twitter. And
she posted her picture. Is that true? Saying this is where I live. That's why I was scouting for internet suitors. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is why I was scouting for internet suitors for my daughter. Yo, they're trying to do an arranged marriage with the internet racist for her daughter. Suitors? Oh, hell no. Do they pay a dowry? They better. Yo, babe. You think I should have to pay your mom to like date you or marry you? What do you think? I have to give your mom like $25,000 for your hand in marriage? The girlfriend says she doesn't think so. Okay. We can talk about it later. She's talking about some loser woke shit about us having to love each other and stuff.
I'm gonna strangle the fuck out of you.
No, baby, please. No. Ooh, well, I love you. You can stay in bed. You don't have to get up and strangle me. No, please. Okay, so listen. We do have eggs. What are you gonna make? You can make a sandwich. Are we out of bread? You can defrost one of the bagels I have in the freezer. No, it's in the big freezer in the garage. What do you mean, oh Lord? You don't even have to step on any concrete. You're gonna wear shoes anyways. We should have bread. You should be able to make a sandwich. Okay, do as you please. Mods? She's like, I'm gonna strangle you. Mods?
creepy men on Twitter. And it resulted in her getting engaged to a Nick Fuentes fan that...
Oh, hell fucking no, dude. Oh, you're going back to Palworld? Yes. Okay, give me a second.
I want to breed.
You want to breed some pals? Okay, babe. I'll load up the server for you so you can go on a breeding expedition. I'm telling you, addiction. What Zoomer, the Zoomer theosis. You know me better than that. This is them. None of my daughters have had any children yet. I think I might be sick. This is terrible.
Later on blackmailed her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life, considering that she was a virgin.
I got a call.
Yeah.
Fuentes fan that later on blackmailed Twitter. And it resulted in her getting engaged to a Nick Fuentes fan that later on blackmailed her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life, considering that she was a virgin.
I got a call from my daughter's ex-boyfriend, and he basically threatened me. He said, it's because Fuentes is my king. If you show up to that debate, I'm going to do horrible things to you, horrible things to your daughter. And I asked the guy, well, what do you want? And he's like, you don't show up to that debate. And you shut your mouth about AF, period. But he's like, if you show up to this debate, if you show up, I'm going to ruin her entire life.
After doing some research,
yo, dude, what the fuck? And they were just like, oh yeah, can you imagine being like, oh yeah, a Nick Fuentes fan is the type of guy that should be marrying my daughter. Now, I don't want to say that it's their fault that this happened, but I think if like the IQ was higher in like the home or something, it's possible that this could have been avoided. That's all I'm gonna say, really. Like, I feel like this could have been avoided. He's a groiper. Yeah, do you expect them to be good people? Like, this is crazy to me. Really? Fuentes is my king. I'll destroy your daughter's life if you show up to an internet debate. Dog, what's happening, man? I'm telling you, it's good not to be connected to the space, to like, I don't know, like the internet too hard. You gotta have like, you gotta get out. You gotta get out. You gotta get out. Did her hair color change? Possibly. I don't know. Your hair color can change a bit as you get older. So she could be, you know, old now. This could be a 30-year-old woman.
I found out that Sloppy posted her daughter's TikTok with her name in it on her Twitter. So I looked into it, and it turns out that her daughter spoke on this relationship on her TikTok a while back. So this is from Rachel's daughter's TikTok, and it says, "Me, when I remember, I really almost married a 27-year-old man from New York that I only met 3 times because my parents wanted me to." So now we know that Sloppy wanted me to.
I was freshly 18. Is this real? Yo, if this is real, dude. Wow. Almost married a 27-year-old man that flew down from New York. They met 3 times while being freshly 18. They're like old enough to read, old enough to breed, and they're like, we're gonna marry her off instantly. Yeah, okay. Where's CPS when you need them, man? Where's CPS when you need them, man? She shouldn't have any objections to this given her ideology. I can't lie. Like, I feel like a couple of years ago she'd be cheering this on. I don't know. Like, I do think that, like, yeah, she may be one of the only money focused people like in this space who literally only care about money.
So now we know that Sloppy not only pimped out her daughter to a bunch of creepy cultist men on Twitter, but also this man was 27 years old, almost 10 years her senior, and it's captioned at the bottom, "I was freshly 18." She didn't even have a chance.
She was in high school.
I know that you can't see her face because I censored it, but let me.
She was like in high school, man.
About this. Her mother Sloppy and her stepdad addict Andy put her into this dangerous situation. I feel like he let this happen because it's his wife's daughter and not his biological daughter. And it gets worse. Sloppy's daughter claims that she was abused and assaulted for 2 years. After doing the math and looking at the dates, I don't believe it's the same Groyper because she says that she met the Groyper at 18 years old, and doing the math here, she would be around 15 or 16 years old when this other guy presumably abused and assaulted her for 2 years. So what this means is that Sloppy has a history of letting her daughter get treated horribly by the men she dates, and even set her up with one. And who's to say that she didn't set her up with this guy too, since, you know, she was ready to hook her up the moment she turned 18. It was probably happening before then too, if I had to take a guess. You not only let your daughter get abused and assaulted for 2 years, but then you put her back in another bad situation where she gets blackmailed and the guy threatens to ruin her life. So just to be clear, her fiance was a Groyper, part of the America First movement ran by Nick Fuentes. So this group would include guys like the one I showed earlier with the America First flags in his background. It's really not shocking that his fans like to talk about how women should be treated like animal stock, considering some of the predatory things that Nick has said.
When the Holy Spirit selected Mary, did the Holy Spirit go, let's look for a mature woman that I have something in common with? How old was the Virgin Mary? I think she was like, well, she wasn't 18, I'll say that much. You know what I expect? A fertile womb. A fertile womb and a sort of innocent, childlike spirit. All these people in the chat, dude, just stop. Shut up.
Anybody up? Flexing they fertile womb. I love it when a girl flexes her fertile womb. Oh man, that's honestly that's how you get a girl, guys. You go on to Tinder and you put in your bio. This is the only thing you really need. All right, you put in your bio, fertile womb enjoyer, and honestly, the girls will come flocking. The girls will come flying in. Boogie boy. Can't believe this guy got a dinner with Trump. I do, ever since the Republicans just became like a TikTok version of themselves. Right? It makes sense there, yeah. Girl, you got eggs? As if women, as a woman, if you told me you were a fertile womb enjoyer, I would explode on the spot. Okay, but if you did, would you still leave behind your fertile womb? It's just a question. I'm just asking. It's really it's really important. You'll get it. Seems like Trump's kind of guy. That's true. He was in a group with like a literal PDF. Like remember like Fuentes's right hand man was like this guy who was using Fuentes's movement to solicit, groom, and then eventually assault many young boys in his movement. So you just gotta, he doesn't treat anybody that well.
I'm out here free thinking, okay? And if I've got weird sexual interests, and if I'm dropping these red pills on you, you're
weird sexual interests.
Nick also covered for a guy who was caught soliciting nudes from a minor, and Nick has also spoken on why he thinks it's actually okay to violate women against their will.
I think the age of consent should be lower. I don't even really believe in the concept. You want to know why? Because marriage is consent. Being married means you consent to sex all the time. There's no such thing as marital rape.
It literally doesn't even make any sense why you would rape somebody in a way that doesn't even it's not even about your dick, right? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? If you're just finger somebody, like, I don't know if you were just trying to be mean or just downright malicious. It's not like it's doing anything for you. And like I said, it's just so not a big deal.
Clearly, this is a projection on Nick's end because he clearly can't imagine what it is to be a straight man and derive pleasure from touching a woman. So he thinks, therefore, it's not violating a human right, even if it's against her will. But anyway, my point is that the daughter...
That shit's really funny. He's like, I don't even have fun touching women. Why in the world would you consider it like assault? Okay, buddy. All right.
His ex-fiance is part of this group that Nick Fuentes runs, and after assumingly taking her virginity, which Sloppy loved to brag about before, he proceeded to blackmail her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life. So essentially, Sloppy put her own daughter in that situation with a man that was almost 10 years her senior. And this is right after her daughter was harmed by another guy when she was a minor under Sloppy's care. How I even found out this information was because of a Twitter user named Froggy pointing out this post that Rachel made with a video of her daughter baking a cake. Sloppy also publicly posted this daughter's name on Twitter along with her other children on several occasions. So I just want to make it clear that the only reason that I know about this and am able to talk about this is because of Sloppy publicizing this information herself. It's really unfortunate that her daughter is a victim of her mother's own lack of maternal instinct and poor judgment, so please do not harass the daughter. The daughter has been through enough being engaged to a groyper, so just leave her alone. And by the way, should they try to accuse me of doxing, I would like to remind you guys that Addict Andy tried to dox one of my friends and failed. He literally tried to put what he thought was private information out there of Tree. But I do think that this is very important to talk about because this cult has become very dangerous over the years. You know how I said earlier, Sloppy advocating for women to become second-class citizens, losing their right to vote would result in them being sold like cattle? Sloppy treated her daughter like cattle to a groyper the moment that she turned 18, and what happened? Her daughter almost got her entire life ruined. But based mommy knows best. Really just incredible judgment, her as a traditional Christian conservative, fraternizing with Ethan Ralph, a convicted sex offender. She goes on his show, compliments his work, kisses his ass, has a long history of doing so. This man that she is kissing the ass of pleaded no contest and was ruled guilty for distributing revenge porn of his baby mama. That's his thanks to her for her bearing him a child. Do these people do anything that's Christian or traditional? We know this.
Truly a very interesting. Is that the Minecraft cake? She made the Minecraft cake, dude. I've never actually seen a cake look like the cake in Minecraft. Yo, that's crazy. Do you think she used the same recipe too? Wait, that's wild. Wait, that's the Minecraft cake. It's just the chocolate version of the Minecraft cake. This is wild, man. RuneScape cake. What's happening? What is this place? All we do is suffer, man. I swear.
certainly her cooking isn't. Speaking of which, she made Addict Andy his very own sloppy cake where she didn't bother finishing frosting the damn thing. She's out here bragging about being a trad wife, and yet in those 26 years of homemaking, you couldn't figure out how to make a cake look good? It literally looks like it's unfinished, like it's melting plastic on the cake. I can think of a cake that looked a lot better, just saying. You know, looking at these food photos, it reminds me of when I went on her daughter's TikTok and I saw that she had posted about having an eating disorder. It's sad that she had to go through that in such a hard time in her life, and it's a really serious issue because it implies that there's
when you're looking at snap memories and you see a body check from 2 years ago, this is during a period of
probably something going on in the household. You don't just randomly develop an ED, and I really hope that she's healed and recovered.
Okay, wait, pause. You can develop an eating disorder in many different things and ways. Yeah, I wouldn't say that like I would blame, you know, her parents for like an ED, but I mean, they probably didn't help
from that. But you know Sloppy's cooking must be bad if her daughter literally rather starve herself than to eat her food. Like, you can't blame her. You saw how many calories are in the meals that she makes in the last video. You know, how is her daughter supposed to have a healthy relationship with food when the smallest meal I've seen Sloppy make was like 1,000 calories? But anyway, I would like to talk more about their traditional Christian marriage. Sloppy and her husband Addict Andy lie about their marriage and how long they've been married, as we covered in the last video. They both said a bunch of different numbers for how long they were married, and it turns out that they were married for a lot less long than what they had said. This is going to get complicated with Sloppy and her 5 children from 3 different baby daddies. It's honestly messier than an episode of The Maury Show, so I'll give extra detail and receipts on the screen for anybody who wants to see the full proof of what I'm talking about. So based on what we know, in approximately 2002, Rachel got abandoned by baby daddy number 1, and that's where presumably her first 2 kids come from because they both share the same last name, and I know that from Rachel tweeting her kids'
Oh
names.
my lord.
And they follow each other on social media, which you can find from Sloppy leaking the TikTok name of one of these daughters. The story gets more interesting when she marries her first husband, baby daddy number 2, who she has a child with that ends up passing away in a very tragic accident that in turn makes Sloppy look like an extremely irresponsible.
Rachel William, the victim's mother, said she believes the driver found a spare set of keys to the vehicle in the drawer. SUV was parked in the barn and used in the winter season. It was taken without permission. Yo, this is the... how do you even find this stuff out about? This person has researched their whole life, man. she has the details of these people's entire life. What the hell? This is why they say here in the South, this is what they call here in the South, buck wild. Thank you, Kat, for the 31 months. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here for so long. Thank you, Kat. I hope you're doing well. You and the husband, I hope you're doing well. Holy hell, the amount of venom. Yeah, the amount of venom could kill an elephant. It could kill a whole pack of bull elephants, man. This is crazy. They use this type of venom to like exact the death penalty on blue whales, on humpback whales.
Parent. There's a couple of news articles on this if you guys would like to read it for yourselves. So this baby daddy ends up...
Jenny's mother said she believes but Ingram found the spare keys to the vehicle, took them without permission. She said, believe Ingram was a respectable kid who made bad decisions.
Up divorcing her, and Sloppy actually claims that both of her first baby daddies abandoned her, which I don't know if I believe, but we do have this divorce document that shows that baby daddy number 2 did in fact divorce Sloppy. And pay attention to the date.
You found the divorce document? She looked for the court proceedings initiating divorce? What's happening? What's going on, man? How do you know so much about these people? She thinks she's CoffeeZilla. Oh no, she thinks she's CoffeeZilla. That's crazy. That's insane. All right. Okay. All right, sure.
closed in October of 2011. Now for the most important part. Based on what I've worked out here, Addict Andy has 2 children with Sloppy. Doing some research, I found out which child was Addict Andy's first kid with Sloppy. And how I know this child is Addict Andy Wilson's child, or most likely is because she shares the same last name. What I believe happened here is that he had a child with Sloppy, left her, and married someone else, and then had a second child with Sloppy. And it's in a way that really makes it look like he cheated on his ex-wife with Sloppy while they were still married. And that would explain why Addict Andy was so forceful about making Sloppy have her child take the paternity test.
I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife, but I told her, I told her these words exactly. You're gonna get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door, period.
So based on this information and how close the timelines are, it would seem like he left his ex-wife to marry Sloppy. So basically, to sum this up and simplify it, Addict Andy
this is okay. Here is a lot of like, she's just putting this together herself. There's not really much evidence to say that he cheated here, right? But like this is just, you saw that podcast. He was on the whatever podcast before. Yes, I'm not sure if he asked or if like they found him and they brought him on or something, but he was on the podcast before. Yeah. My wife. Wife is so funny. Yeah, I don't know why he said wife. I love my wife. He's so close to saying it like how people who want to be from Israel say Hamas. The Hamas, my wife.
Had a child, and then a little bit time later, Addict Andy married a different woman. We know that the legal marriage between Addict Andy and Sloppy has not happened yet because we know that Sloppy tweeted that they got married in December of 2012. This first child between Sloppy and Addict Andy was born around 2009 and shares the same last name as Addict Andy Wilson. And Addict Andy even goes as far as to say that the ceremony happened way before the legalities did. So
she's like finding every single like spawn from these two. This is crazy. Do not make this woman angry. She will find out stuff you didn't even know about yourself. Dude, she should write a biography on these two if this is the case. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to get out of here. Brittany Venti, I love your work. You're so cool. I love white women. Okay. My last girlfriend was a white woman. Okay. Please. I would never make fun of women with huge breasts cooking cake. I would never. Yeah, put me in the witness protection program. I'm scared, man. What the hell? Somebody get me out of here. I love white women. Oh, help me. Somebody help me, please.
2012 December would be about the earliest that they could have legally been married, especially based.
We had a religious ceremony long before we did anything with the legal portion. I think a ceremony we did with my parents. I didn't remember how long either. Oh, they had like a personal little legal marriage with themselves, not a marriage, not like a, okay. So they didn't have like a real legal marriage. It's just like a sort of like religious ceremony marriage. Okay.
Based on the tweets. So then after they had this first child out of wedlock, sometime later, Addict Andy gets married to a different woman that is not Sloppy. And according to Addict Andy's marriage application with said other woman that was applied for in 2010, it was only 1 year later after this marriage certificate application that Sloppy and Addict Andy conceived their next child, who she also mentioned the name of on Twitter and mentioned the exact birthday. So you can do the math and go back 9 or 10 months and figure out when she was conceived. And this child is born in February of 2012. And then some months later, in December of 2012, Addict Andy and his sloppy wife get married. So that's why they keep fudging the numbers. It's because it helps hide what happened and it was very messy, which Sloppy denies, but the dates are adding up.
No, see, this person says, Tree says you got knocked up by your current husband while he was married. He divorced his wife to marry you. No, this is what I'm saying. They're just inventing crazy shit. Andrew was not married. No, he was not married when we met at all. He hadn't been married. He wasn't married when we met. He didn't knock me up. That's all lies. I don't know where they got.
Doesn't seem like lies to me. The dates aren't lying. Versus Sloppy, who has lied about how long she was married, among other things.
I didn't know they were in this much, like, well, I really didn't know they were like in this much trouble, as in people hated them this much, you know? Do people, they listen? I didn't know they made so many enemies. They've got a lot of enemies. I'd be scared to make these type of enemies, man. What the hell? I don't know what you gotta do. Just say sorry or something. You gotta get these guys off your case. You gotta do something, guys. Holy. I think they're all enemies. The sloppiest, I must say. What's going on? I'm so scared. I'm so scared, man. What the fuck? Hello. This shouldn't be legal. I would say let the snakes poison each other. I'm not gonna stop them. I'm just saying that this is just wild, you know?
So let's go through one by one.
I'm just here to observe, okay? I feel like one of those nature documentarians when you go out into the Serengeti and see a lion eating a gazelle straight from the pussy. Like I can't interfere. I can't get in the way of like the laws of nature. But I'm just saying that this is some wild stuff. It's like watching a bear eat a salmon from the ass up. I can't like stop them, but I'm just like. Oh no! I'm just like, man, I bet that shit hurts. It's watching Tasmanian devils eat. It's like watching a deer run from a giant lizard. It's just wild. It's like watching a small pygmy marmoset running from a king cobra about to get swallowed whole. It's like one of the yeah, I'm just like they're clubbing each other, man. We have Nazis, white nationalist ties. No, I don't know about that. We are being blackmailed. No, they were blackmailed, it seems. Andrew forced me to agree to a paternity test. I was promiscuous. No.
That sloppy claims are lies. We're going to do all the ones that are relevant to this video. Andrew was married to someone else and got me pregnant on the side. Well, we saw what the dates for the marriage certificate application.
Okay, so this is her just going over everything that she covered already. Okay. Did she attack Lauren Chen?
Sloppy is besties with Pearl. Plus, they rub arms with Grandma Tomasi. Sloppy was all over him during the Lauren Southern thing where we made up the fake rumors and sent a troll email, and then Grandma Tomasi believed it. Sloppy was backing him up on that and actually believed it, by the way. So, great judgment. Thank you guys for watching the video, and shout out to Froggy on Twitter for posting so much evidence that helped in my research, and shout out to Tree from Just Tree 411 for posting so many receipts and creating so much entertainment for this entire rabbit hole to even happen in the first place.
Okay.
And a big thank you to my producers on Patreon. If you would like.
Okay, sure. Yeah. All right. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild stuff. These guys got grade A #1 haters. I don't think I may ever have seen haters this bad in my entire life. This shit is crazy. Yeah, I'd definitely be worried if I was them. I'd definitely be spooked if I was them. I'd definitely be worried about my well-being. If I were then. EP Shark? No, I'm not an EP, but yo, you think we should have Andrew on to see what his side of the story is? He follows me on Twitter. You think I should grab him and be like, bro, what's going on here? Why does this woman hate you so bad? No. It's tempting. I just want to watch. I just want to see. I want to see what's going on here. Because this is craziness. I tried many times to leave a comment about the fact that Brittany is speed running misinformation, and every single time it got removed. Hopefully this comment won't disappear. People are saying that she's lying. That she's lying. Okay, wait, let's see. The dislike ratio, I mean, this is like a 90%. Like this may be like 85. There's a lot of people who disagree. A real trad wife wouldn't be terminally online. Hey doll, I have not loaded it up yet. Give me a second. I just got done. Give me a sec. I'll load up your little Pokemon game. What'd you make?
I told you. I was making.
Oh, you actually just made eggs?
Yes. You just texted me.
Wait, chill. It's a good. Did you close this child in here? He's stuck now. No, don't bring him on. Listen, I'm just saying that this could be something incredible. We could learn a lot about the world by doing this. No. Foolish piece with no thumbs. This is crazy. Okay, wait here. Wait here, I guess. Wait a second. I gotta. There we go. I gotta turn all this down. Okay. One moment. Give me code. She's such a hater. She's so needy. Hey, Papa. It's a private server, so I have to be online for it to play. I have to be online for her to play, yeah. Don't listen to Twitch chat, they are fools. You think Dems are relying on conservative voters to beat Trump? I mean, they're always relying on conservative voters to beat Trump because, like, 1/3 of the Democratic Party considers themselves conservative. So, in that sense, yeah. But like more than usual, I would say no. I think they're like resting on their laurels, honestly. What the hell just popped up? Have a random news thingy? Wait a second, I do too. I just clicked on the stream called Taylor Swift Kelsey Incubus Succubus. I gotta see what's going on here, man. Apparently Taylor Swift is an incubus. My bad, she's a succubus. An incubus is a guy.
Yeah. I just was looking at Taylor Swift's X page, right? Her bio says, "I'm the problem, it's me," right? I think that kind of sums it up. But before I get too radical, how you been, bro? Apparently she's Muhammad now. Peace be upon her. Keep going. How you been? What do you do this week?
What did I do this week?
I don't care.
Nice.
Like canvas stretching yoga. It would be like a thing where you physically.
She was basically went to one of the more renowned yoga schools in India, and she was basically like, if you have a place of stress, if you have a place of tension, like you always want to stretch into it, not away from it. And so like I've been like, if I was like my shoulder, someone like, it's like, no, you don't do that. You can scrunch it in, and that's where you get the relief.
Hello? Oh, did you leave your phone upstairs?
No, did you?
No, because I texted you.
Yeah, I texted you.
Okay, yeah, I saw you text me. You said, give me the code. I gave you the code. That's not the code. It is the code.
No, it's not.
Did you type it in all caps?
It automatically does it in all caps.
This is the code. I'm gonna, maybe I should strangle you. Come here. Look.
Is that an 8?
No. It's a 4.
Baby. That first.
Okay. Okay, then change it. Ah! Don't you? It's your fault, honestly. I'm telling you, women are difficult to be around sometimes. Don't you say yes, violence?
From, and so that's the same reason why if you're doing any kind of like back bend or like you're lifting your head back, it's really important to open your mouth. And my you know I don't think I stress there. So like, you know, doing back bend.
If you type in like AI, I know that'll do. Okay, so Taylor Swift the other day, there's like a war on, right? And the first thing was if you looked for Taylor Swift, I think if you do
I'm taking this off.
Fix now.
Just in case.
If you type in like AI, I know that'll do it. Boom, it's locked, right? So for a while, this was a good fix. If you type Taylor Swift, you didn't find any Taylor Swift. That's the best possible solution, right? It's like it's effectively blacklisting her from the platform. However, you know, she made this big thing about, can I type in deepfake or what's it going to take? Because they're going to say, oh, that's bad too. I'm going to leave it right there. Debacle, deepfake, TechCrunch, frustratingly preventable. She says she wants to have legal action or something against people. My conspiracy theory, though, goes deeper than this. Let me find.
Oh, here we go.
What I'm talking about. Come on, man.
I gotta be careful.
Oh, how far do I have to go to find it? Dang it! It's lost now. Lost in the wind. There's so many things. Okay,
I'm so glad I took that off screen.
You talk about.
That's funny. I was looking at South Park. Earlier when you mentioned Sarah Jessica Parker, I was thinking of that South Park where there's like they put the moose horns on her and leave her out in the woods, whatever. You know, it's really mean spirited or whatever. I never met the woman. I don't know. You know, but yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's just funny that I was thinking of South Park and then looking at South Park all of a sudden. It was like
everything's all about South Park. I have a whole other thing I was thinking about South Park earlier today. I'm not like, you know that song from Loverboy, Take an Elephant. So we'll get into that in a second. Point is, this is the first deep fake, and I'm showing it to you because Taylor Swift showed it to you. This is on YouTube. This is from her music video from her Bad Reputation album. In the video,
it is on YouTube.
And
so
watch Ready for It. This is from 6 years ago. Okay, so we're talking about deep fakes. She deep.
It is on YouTube, but I don't want to show you it.
Super occult. She's wearing her weird hoodie, like a Macbeth Shakespearean play, and she's. Look at her. I mean,
we don't do all this on you. We don't do all this on this stream, okay? Tell me it's a bodysuit. She's not naked. It's CGI. She's CGI'd to look like the Ghost in the Shell girl with like no nippy, you know, like those women cyborgs, not cyborg, those women androids, but with no nippy.
Dressed not just naked, but like an AI doll. Like
how much of
an AI doll
music video? How much
robot
creative control does she have, if any?
You know, that's great. I've never even thought about that before. Calling a robot an AI doll. That's so interesting. Don't you think?
In this music video, like I mean, does she do like, because you know, different musicians is different things. Like you know, Madonna would hire the best choreographers to do her shows, but then you have like and music videos and everything. But then you have like Lady Gaga, say what you will, but she does do her own choreography. Michael Jackson did his own choreography. Right. We're talking about pop stars. Like how much of that is Taylor Swift? I know she apparently writes all of her own music, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that
well, the video was directed by Joseph Kahn. Yeah, I think it's Lucifer, but it could be Taylor Swift. The point is that Joseph Kahn, though, Eminem, Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, Snoop Dogg, Chris Brown, Destiny's Child, Mariah Carey, all these kinds of pretty big music videos. So to be fair, you know, and they are often occult videos, but I think that's part of the game, right? Like the more you look at Taylor Swift, the more she's integrating and she's becoming more and more culturally part of the elite, right? Like that's the thing that I think people are missing about all this. Like there's this huge like right now she's 34 years old. She's going to be 35 in time of the election. I know that it's a very Tim-ism to say, oh yeah, she can be, because she can, you know, that's technically, but I think, is it this clip where from Batman where Lex Luthor or Superman where Lex Luthor says, you know, I shouldn't run for president. Do you have any idea how much power I would have to give up to become president? I feel like Lex Luthor is Taylor Swift also in that respect. Like she would be better off not becoming president.
What is he talking about? He has a conspiracy theory about how Taylor Swift is running the world or something. So I want to hear him out. It's just like that guy who said that his cum is like Horton Hears a Who. I want to start hearing these guys out more. I gotta know what they're up to, because they might be onto something. Taylor Swift might indeed run the whole world,
but she's in a position to influence people, right? And so this whole thing, I mean, when I brought up like the reason why I thought it was interesting that she's talking about the deep fake thing. Oh, there he is. He's in the background. He's like, they're having the debate without me. Yeah.
Especially about deep fakes. Come on, man.
Well, did you see this?
His name is Paranoid American. Oh man.
Put up a second ago, which was her music video in the nude bodysuit.
He's pulling it back up.
16 or whatever it was. Bad Reputation. Like, so the point is like the idea that we're creating, or the plebeians are creating AI deepfakes of a person who created the mold for this. It sticks with me two ways. Like, on one hand, it's a little ironic.
Create the mold of deepfakes? You mean like being an entertainer? What? Created the mold of deepfakes by like cosplaying a robot. Okay.
It's a little absurd. It's absurd, and that's also what leads me to like look for the.
Ever heard of a metaphor?
Is she's telling you not to do something she does herself. The other thing is,
yes, 100% actually. That's what we call consent.
Do it. And so, is this not just? I'm serious. Is this not just Taylor Swift?
Right.
Reactionary people that don't like her to be in love with her through incubus, succubus, sex magic. I'm not kidding.
It doesn't that
sex magic
express itself everywhere all the time. I mean,
yeah, Hillary Clinton.
Where yeah, exactly. Where you get you're totally. And it's like, are you like, you get to the point where you're like, dude, is somebody instructing you to say this to achieve the effects that it's getting, or is that just a byproduct? Are you really not making the connection?
Well,
so,
there's just a lot of people that benefit from this. So Mike Benz posted this video earlier, which is like, you can watch the incredible exact moment when a rep from the Pentagon Psychological Operations, a research firm, pitched NATO's military psyop center on turning Taylor Swift into an asset for the Western military alliance to stop disinformation on the internet. And this idea right here, I mean, this is not a new concept that you can use, something that people are all excited about. And yeah, white women are effectively, I'm gonna say it again, they're turning Taylor Swift into a Muhammad. They're turning her into their prophet. They've set it up so that she is, this idea of integration, like she's being integrated into the elite.
Well, and I want to say that I don't think this is a recent phenomenon, because I remember when I first joined the military, I would go into the PX, you know, the base sort of like super Walmart, and this is like 2001, 2002. Like Taylor Swift had.
I hope he doesn't live in Kentucky.
Reached into like the mainstream, and I remember them playing this CD everywhere on the military base, and then they had like the CDs stocked at the end of like all the little checkout counters, and it was just weird because I was like, clearly, like whoever this chick is, I never heard of her before. Like they've got some kind of in with the military where they don't just put just random.
Are you sure it wasn't like 2011 or 12? Was it really when she was like 12?
I'm positive. I'm positive because I was out of the military by 2005 or 6. And it was weird because I was like, who's listeing to this? I don't know how old she was, but I was like, who's listening to this 14-year-old country girl on the base that it's so popular that it's like on every checkout aisle? Like how did she get this kind of placement with military in particular? And it makes sense.
Wait, the Pentagon is turning Taylor Swift into a military asset by disseminating Taylor Swift albums since 2005 onto the onto the on-base Walmarts, so you can buy your own Taylor Swift album, and by blasting them in the Walmart. You ever think that maybe it was just a popular song that year? What's the possibility that it was literally just a popular song that year? What do you think? It's like the plankton chum bucket. It's the Taylor Swift Swiftie hat. Everybody will get their Swiftie hat. Inshallah.
Now they're weaponizing her after it was planted way long ago.
Yeah, and Taylor Swift, the musical hotels of Disney World had the Taylor Swift suites and everything set up in 2010 or something like that. So even at that point, there's like further perpetuation from the inside to get Taylor Swift to become so famous. There's this idea that she also writes her music is really interesting to me, because so does like Mr. Rogers. I don't know. It's like she has 26 songs with the same chord progressions. I know, and she's not punk rock, so it's really, I don't know how she gets away with it.
She's pop rock, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but like half the songs ever made have the same chord progression or something. It's just okay. What about it? They're popular. They work.
But I remember also, this was a big thing, was using
Taylor be careful
Swift during the 2016 election. There were all of these pictures of her with, like quotes from other dictatorships. So I was saying, I mean,
oh wow, anyone can deal with victory. Only the mighty can deal with defeat. Taylor Swift. So true, Miss Taylor. Inshallah, Miss Taylor. This actually is a great jumping off point for what I wanted to talk about, because did you guys see that I mean, did you guys see that Donald Trump said that if he's able to be president again, he's going to begin a jihad on Taylor Swift and the Swifties? I'm not joking. He said he's going to start the anti-Taylor Swift jihad. I heard about that. Yes, dude. He hates this woman. I was so good. What? I'm not. Yes, you heard me right. Don't you say what? Donald Trump wants to start an anti-Swift jihad to save America. I'm not joking. I told you that they started the war, like a war on Taylor Swift, and it has reached, he said jihad, he said holy war. He said holy war. He wants to begin a holy war. The next crusade is going to be against Taylor Swift. I told you they started war on this woman. I'm not joking. I'm telling you, dude, they hate this girl. One of the most least offensive women to just actually chill. She's so grill-pilled, honestly. She only gets into politics every now and again to say that women shouldn't be like forced to do things that they don't want by the government. That's kind of it. Oh man, it's craziness. That's it. Take a look at this, okay? Singer-songwriter Taylor Swift hasn't even endorsed President Biden for re-election yet. That hasn't stopped the Magaland's upper crust from plotting to declare, as one source has, at least one source close to Trump calls it, a holy war on the pop megastar, especially if she ends up publicly backing the Democrats in 2024. According to 3 people familiar with the matter, Trump loyalists are working on or close to, working on or close to the former president's presidential campaign. Longtime Trump allies in the right-wing media and an array of outside advisors to the ex-president have long taken it as a given that Taylor Swift will eventually endorse Joe Biden, as she did in 2020. Indeed, several of these Republicans and conservative mega figures have discussed the matter with Trump over the past few months, other sources say. She's okay. It's apparently Mr. Trump, another Swiftie tweet has hit the campaign. Fuck. Hi. Thank you. Hi. Duggo. Who are these people? Which people? The ones declaring war on Taylor Swift? Matt Walsh has, Charlie Kirk and crew has, Prosbiak has, I think Ben Shapiro's talked about it a bit. Freshwater, saltwater? It's freshwater. What is Chud? It's a conservative. Matt Walsh doesn't like her. She's too old for him. That's true. She is 30. While Swift has not issued an endorsement in the 2024 race, the New York Times reported Monday that Swift is a key name on Biden's aides' wish list of potential surrogates. Holy crap! The ad, dude, Taylor Swift is such a hot commodity. Like, I knew that she was the queen of white women, but I didn't know that she was this powerful. Is Taylor Swift more powerful than Elon Musk? Is she stronger than Yilong Ma? Is this it? Because I'm telling you, man, she's a white woman. Jesus, she might be. She really might be. Because like everybody, apparently both the campaigns are like pining for her attention, and it's not the same with Elon Musk. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, people like Biden just says fuck you to Elon, and Trump just kind of pretends that bro doesn't exist, honestly. Because like, but I think the big reason for, I'm gonna guess, okay, that the reason for why Donald Trump doesn't like Taylor Swift is because that she's so popular. Okay, people genuinely like kind of like Taylor Swift. They're pretty nice to her. Nobody really has anything crazy to say about Taylor Swift. She honestly just kind of vibes, but everybody hates Donald Trump, and she makes a lot of money, so it makes sense that he would not like her. Like, not only does she not like him, she also has money and is popular, and he's a princess when it comes to other popular people. Except maybe Kanye. Kanye was gagging on his shit. So of course he liked Kanye. Remember, thank you Kanye, very cool. He never had the possibility of saying thank you Swiftie, very cool. It's so different. Elon's mad today. I actually was going to talk about that in a little bit. But yeah. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool. Behind the scenes, Trump has reacted to the possibility of Biden and Swift teaming up against him. Anything but the dream team, dude. And this is not with teaming up against him this year, not with alarm, but with an instant projection of ego. In recent weeks, the former president has told people in his orbit that no amount of A-list celebrity endorsement will save Biden. Trump has also privately claimed that he is more popular than Taylor Swift, and that he has more committed fans than she does. Not the cult, dude. Not the anti-Taylor Swift cult. I'm more popular than. Can you imagine this guy? Yeah, Taylor Swift. People say everybody loves Taylor Swift. I have people doing crazy things for me. How many people could Taylor Swift shoot and not lose any fans? Not that many. Not that many. How many Muslims could Taylor Swift erase in an airstrike without losing any fans? Not that many. If Taylor Swift replaced Kamala, I would cry. Holy shit, dude. Kamala Harris out. Taylor Swift in. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, can you even imagine? He'd win instantly, I fear. Joe Biden would instantly win. He'd win before the general election hit. That's the thing about it. That'd be awesome. President Swift. Yeah, and then Joe Biden dies in office, giving the office to Taylor Swift, President Swift. Flawless victory. Could you ask for anything more than this? I don't think so. Biden Swift 24. It's the final trap card. Last month, the source close to Trump adds the ex-president commented to some confidants that it obviously makes no sense that he was not named Time Magazine 2023 Person of the Year, and honored that went none other to Taylor Swift in December. In an email to the Rolling Stones, Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller shrugged off the prospect that Swift's endorsement for Trump's arrival. Joe Biden might be counting on Taylor Swift to save him. Save me, white woman. Save me. White woman, save me. Save me, white woman. Can you imagine the Biden administration looking at that he's down in the polls going, save me, white woman. Save me. White woman, save me. Please. You're my only hope, white woman. Please save me. Oh, gosh. Please, please, white woman, save me. Incredible. Remarkable, even. Holy crap. The former president has already taken public swipes at Swift because of her endorsement of 2 Tennessee Democrats running during the 2018 midterms. I like Taylor Swift's music about 25% less now, Donald Trump said after the pop star statement. Swift also blasted Trump during the 2020 election, accusing him of trying to blatantly cheat and put millions of Americans' lives at risk following the Trump administration's effort to hinder the mail-in ballot and mail-in ballot voting during the COVID-19 pandemic. True and real. This Swift lady cooks, I swear. She cooks. My goodness. Meanwhile, as Trump has been having a popularity contest with Swift in his own head, others close to him, including GOP operatives, some of his 2024 staff, and Trumpy media figures have been brainstorming different ways to go after Taylor Swift. That is true, like Kirk that we saw not too long ago, who specifically said that she's held up as white woman Jesus, but she has too many boyfriends and she's not married and she doesn't have kids, so she's a bad role model to women everywhere who need to be laid down and bred as early as possible, I guess. Lil bro's insecure. Lil bro's insecure about when the baddie walks in, I guess. You really do hate to see it. I'm looking forward a little bit. One moment. Whoops. One moment. Holy. The holy war against the demon Taylor Swift. Apparently that's the Taylor Swift that they gotta cut down. Taylor Swift must be cut down where she stands before she becomes too powerful. During a rant in November, the GOP's losses across a string of state elections and abortion-related ballot initiatives. Oh yeah, like Charlie Kirk, right? Since Biden's so weak, they need to shore up his credibility. Will matter since his disapproval is driving the race. Voters aren't fools. John McCallan, a top advisor for Trump, says in response to the Rolling Stone questions regarding Swift, celebrity endorsements of Biden's like donating to Nikki Haley. Damn, they hate that. They hate women, dude. Holy. They are means of virtue signaling. They don't know what that word means. It's like wearing a medical mask in public after COVID. Celebrities can endorse Biden, but it doesn't lower inflation, stop wars, fix the border, lower crime. Biden's approval still sucks. And so Trump is still winning and will win. Wow. Be gone, glasses. No, my glasses. See, there you go. The holy war against Taylor Swift. And that's not it as well. You know, professional shitty comedian Benny Johnson also came out to talk about how much he hates that Donald Trump guy. So how much he hates that Taylor Swift woman.
And the way you would do that is by taking the most brain dead, low information voters. Of course, I'm talking about Swifties, Taylor Swift fans, who sort of worship this artist, kind of like at random, right? Like just out of the blue, suddenly Taylor Swift's the most famous person on earth.
Hasn't she been like making music for like 20 years? How is she randomly out of the blue, bro? I'm telling you, these guys actually think that things that they don't like and don't listen to don't exist. It's political object permanence. If they don't care about it, then it must not be real. So when he started hearing more about Taylor Swift in 2020, that's when she instantly appeared, just got invented, and so that's when it really began. It's the wackiest, most loser shit I've ever seen in my entire life. She's been famous for like 15 years. Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about, man?
Now she's at every NFL game with her boyfriend, who's backed by Bud Light and Pfizer. Travis Kelce is this guy who also kind of out of the blue became this big-time celebrity, really rich, really powerful. Why? He's a tight end. He's like a glorified lineman. That doesn't make any sense. Tight ends aren't famous people in football. What are you talking about?
You can be.
What world are we living in? Sure seems planned. Sure seems like something that is like concocted in order to accelerate the fame of these two people, get them to the Super Bowl, the largest screens on earth, get maybe like a proposal.
Actually, the League of Legends World Championship is actually the biggest screen on earth. Sorry. And I just heard confirmation. Taylor Swift will be hosting the League of Legends World Tournament this year. Holy crap, guys. Holy crap. This is crazy. Maybe she really is a psyop after all. Oh man. You know the Overwatch League ended because they weren't able to get Taylor Swift on, right? Yeah, no, dumbass. Yeah, the reason why he's so popular now and people know about him is because he's dating Taylor Swift. You know that, right? It's like Simone Biles' husband. You know, people know about him now because he's Simone Biles' husband. People know about this, like, I don't know, running back or whatever he is, because he's dating Taylor Swift. Like, come on. He's dating Taylor Swift. Yeah, come on. And he's also in the NFL. Like, he's on a pretty popular team. Like, people know this guy. You don't got to be weird about it. Just because you were never able to be anything successful when it comes to in like real media doesn't mean that everybody else is the same way, brother.
Proposal after the game. This is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be like some type of proposal after the Super Bowl is rigged for the Chiefs, and then
this is crazy.
It's like reach like crazy levels of absolute fame, and then they take all that fame.
Okay, we're going to rig the election for the Chiefs, and we're going to make Taylor Swift the most popular woman in the world. We're going to make her white woman Muhammad. Okay, and then we're going to take that stardom and then have her endorse Joseph R. Biden Jr., making it so everybody will be like, yes, Miss Swift, I will vote for Biden, and then everybody will vote for Biden. It's going to be like 100-0 when it comes to the Electoral College. Joe Biden will win every single state, and every single state not in the United States. He will win every country to ever exist. Joe Biden will then be the president of every country ever. And then he's going to consolidate the one world government and put all conservatives in Beijing, Birkenau, where they'll be forced to do manual labor and handprint Taylor Swift logos on her CDs for the rest of their lives. Holy crap. They're forced to run on human-sized hamster wheels, which will then power the entire world as green energy after they ban coal and oil. And the only thing that's going to be on the radio is Taylor Swift songs. This sounds great. Let's do it. Ooh. Late stage narco-Bidenism. It's happening.
That has been given to them by the rotted corporate press, media, entertainment industry that explicitly backs Democrats, and then they use that in order to try and save Joe Biden. They take all that and then they pour it in, and you'll see in October the release of like what will look like a hostage video or a Visiting Angels ad. Right, Visiting Angels, and I'll have Joe Biden sitting there all like twisted up, like in a wheelchair, like an eggplant, and he's glazed over
just like
skin,
an eggplant,
like a Krispy Kreme donut.
Yeah, just like a Krispy Kreme donut, man.
Rolling out of the side of his mouth. And
so
Taylor
true.
Swift and Mr. Bud Light Pfizer will come in and pat Grandpa on the shoulder and tell all of their brain dead fans to go vote for him, Taylor Swift, of course, also a psyop for the NFL wives out there.
Psyop for the NFL wives. Does he mean like people, like women who are married to men who like the NFL, or are you good? Are you good? I'm telling you, can you imagine how incomprehensible that would be to somebody who doesn't keep up with like conservative culture war? Just you might not be somebody who keeps up with it, and that might be incomprehensible to you. Like, what does that mean? What are you saying? Are you okay? Can you imagine being this triggered by Taylor Swift? She didn't do anything. She actually hasn't even done anything. I'm shook. This guy's brainstem is cooked. He has no clue what's happening. My man's lost his mind. These people have lost it. You want to talk about a psyop, man? Dude, call me Polly, because I got some crackers for you. Look at him go. Look at him talk. They're like, will Taylor Swift endorse Biden? Is Taylor Swift your boogeyman? How scared of these people are about Taylor Swift? What the fuck? Oh, what the hell? Tommy Lord must be. They can't do anything. Register to vote. Red alert. Yeah, can you imagine? All of this is because all of this is because she said 1 year register to vote. She said, make sure you guys vote this year. It's wild to me. This is insanity. Oh my gosh, dude, these people are out of their minds. Yo, Prosbiak is still on the Taylor Swift grind, man. Look at it. Look at this guy, dude.
Wellness movement, the millions watching back TV, when we do the podcast, when we do War Room, when we do human events, right? That's who we got. And so that's who we have to go to war with. And so when it comes to winning these elections, we have to understand the new game. And when I talk about Taylor Swift, I say it's so obvious to me. She's the perfect vehicle to go to those low propensity white liberal women to say, I need you to come out. I need you to come out for what? What'll be the issue? It'll be abortion, right? Abortion will be the issue. You need to come out. You need to get out on here. And we can all see it. I'm sorry? I hope you're right. I hope you're right. But unfortunately, I have to live in the world of what's, what potential threats could be out there. And the indicators and warnings right now are going off the charts. That
Taylor Swift is a potential threat and it's going off the charts. He's Taylor Swift is the biggest nuke that could happen to the Republican Party. The World War paranoia. I've actually never seen these guys so scared about one person. You know what I mean? And the thing is, they always talk about abortion. Like, I can't believe that these people care about us enacting our policies that make their lives worse dramatically. I can't believe women care about us making their lives worse. It's wild, isn't it?
That of course she came out as a Democrat in 2020. She attacked Marsha Blackburn in 2018. She's driven out voters using her social media presence in the past, and so it really seems like all the indicators going. And then of course take my word for it. The New York Times has already said that the Biden administration is working on what they call the Taylor strategy. So again, it's not about her as a person. It's about the machine that's around her and how they can use the power of her celebrity. And people have said, well, wait a minute, Jack. Celebrities have always gotten into politics and it doesn't really matter. Yes, it matters now because they changed the system of voting, right? Because they changed it to ballots, because they changed it to, and by the way, we can do this as well. We don't have a Taylor Swift on our side, but you know who we have? we have Kid Rock, we have Ted Nugent, we have influencers, right? We have all these people.
We don't have Taylor Swift, but we do have a guy that 80-year-olds like. We have YouTubers. We have Rumble influencers. That's what we have, and we can fight back. We can defend ourselves against Taylor Swift. We have Kid Rock.
John Voight. We have people that can come out and use their audiences, number one. And I want an army of Scott Presslers at every Kid Rock event and every Ted Nugent event. And I hope, by the way, and I need to talk to those guys about this because I've got this idea that maybe we even ask them, you guys mind doing a little tour later this year? You doing anything this fall? And I don't know where, but maybe I could think of a couple of states like, I don't know, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, to have them running around Nevada, of course, Nevada, please.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course, right here. So it's all about operations right now. They've got their operation. It's a great operation.
The Taylor Swift operation. I think people are just like, this is okay. Listen, I understand how influencers can be really important for like getting, like they reach audiences that they don't, but this is kind of out of hand how much they're talking about Taylor Swift. On Fox News, Hannity just came out about Taylor Swift too.
All abortion with no. Or maybe she just bought into all the lies about conservatives and Republicans, that they're racist and sexist and homophobic and xenophobic and transphobic and Islamophobic. That Republicans and conservatives want dirty air and water. A total ban on all abortion with no exceptions. If she believes all that, she is believing a lie.
Yo, this guy's cooking. He's spitting. All of this is true. Racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, chauvinistic. Holy. They want dirty air and water. That's one of the truest things I've ever heard in my entire life, too. You gotta remember that they do want dirty air and water. I'm not even joking with you, dude. Their policies very clearly state that they want dirty air and water. It's one of the big reasons why they were against the EPA being able to regulate companies and their CO2 and pollutant emissions. They wanted specifically the government not to be able to tell companies not to kill their constituents and kill voters with dirty air and dirty water. There's a reason why they don't care about cleaning up a place in the South called Cancer Alley, and because they're completely bought off by a company allowing them to put chemicals in the water. Just killing people. There's a reason why the conservative government in the conservative government in the Rust Belt specifically covered up what Nestle did to Flint, Michigan, and destroyed their own phones when they were contacted by the police about information about it. There's a reason. There's a reason. I want my water non-brown and non-flammable. Please, conservatives say no. We have to do a segment on that sometime about how conservative policies lead to lesser life expectancies. There's a reason why all these regulations about keeping people and the places where they are safe and clean are concentrated in Democratic areas and are completely loose and even non-existent in Republican areas. All right. There's a reason why conservatives came out during the pandemic saying that they'd rather die and make it so that their constituents also die if they're as long as it meant that they wouldn't have to wear masks. Like, there's a reason why this stuff happens, man. It's not for no reason. It's their policy goals. No, they don't go, wow, I would love some dirty air right now all the time, but do they support policies that push that type of stuff? Yes. And after given the information about what it does, do they continue doing it? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Shark, hey. Hey. Love you. Much love. Yes, very true. Dude, World War Swift is going nutty, man. Okay, listen. What time is it? It's 10. Okay, listen. I love you all. I think I'm gonna call it a stream there for today. Do we have more stories to go through? Yes. Will they be as crazy as this, if not crazier? Yes. But we're gonna get to that tomorrow. I'm gonna save some stuff for tomorrow because I wanna get to stream tomorrow, but I also want to make sure I get to bed at a good time, and I still have to do I have to wash some clothes, and I got to give these guys their second feeding as well. What should I leave you off with? Oh yeah, I was thinking about getting good at Tekken. I don't know, I got interested in playing Tekken. I might actually decide to go practice Tekken. I think I might get Tekken, and I might go do my best when it comes to Tekken. I might do it. I always wanted to learn how to play a fighting game, and I think Tekken might be the game that makes me do it. It's just so interesting. This was such a great stream. Thank you. Oh, thank you for being around and watching. People like you make this possible, so thank you for this. Thank you for this. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. If you guys ever want to subscribe, please do. It helps me be able to continue doing this. If you like this stream, if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button. I'd really appreciate that. We also got to play some more Mario Kart soon. We also got to get back to Cult of the Lamb, so don't worry, that's happening. And I guess in my spare time, I'm going to be practicing. In my spare time, I guess I'm going to be practicing on the Tekken demo. I wanna do that because that sounds really fun. I hope, because I don't want to buy the game yet. Like, it's kind of a little expensive, you know what I mean? Like $70 is kind of a lot. Blaze Blue go hard though. Oh, it just seems cool. Please take care. I'll make sure I will. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate you. I have to get something to eat today because the only thing I've eaten has been a breakfast sandwich and a slice of watermelon and fruit. So I'm gonna need something else on my tongue. But before we go, don't leave yet. The reason why is because we're gonna raid somebody, one of our fantastic, amazing, beautiful, wild, incredible, fantastic, beloved fellow streamerinos. So who's it gonna be? Oh, you know what? I know who's it gonna be. We haven't been able to raid a black content creator in a while, and I'm itching for some melanin. Let's hit it. She's great. She does fun streams as well. I'm itching for some melanin. Here we go. Neo, go tell her that you love her stream and that she is the world's greatest streamer. I really appreciate you all. Thank you for being around tonight. I love you. And I'll see you tomorrow on another meme stream. Have a good one.